Hello, listeners. Welcome to Quiet Ruins. We have 5 stories for you today. Feel free to skip around to a story you will enjoy. Now, allow yourself to imagine, but just for a moment, a world where dreams are the only component. Story 1.
In the heart of the vast and unforgiving desert, where the sun blazed mercilessly and the winds whispered secrets of ancient times, lay the fabled city of Eldoria. Once a thriving metropolis, it was said to be a place of unparalleled beauty, adorned with towering spires of gold and intricate mosaics that shimmered like stars against the night sky. But as the sands shifted and time wore on, Eldoria faded from memory, swallowed by the desert's relentless embrace. For centuries, tales of Eldoria had been passed down through generations, each story more embellished than the last. Some spoke of its riches, while others hinted at a curse that befell its inhabitants. The truth, however, was buried beneath layers of sand and myth, waiting for someone brave enough to uncover it. Our story begins with a young archaeologist named Mira. Driven by an insatiable curiosity and a desire to prove herself in a male-dominated field, she had dedicated her life to the study of ancient civilizations. The legend of Eldoria had always captivated her, and after years of research, she finally stumbled upon a map that hinted at its location. With her heart racing and a sense of purpose igniting within her, Mira set out on an expedition to find the lost city. Accompanied by a small team of fellow explorers, Mira journeyed into the desert, their caravan laden with supplies and equipment. The sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows across the dunes as they traveled deeper into the arid landscape. Days turned into weeks, and the harsh conditions tested their resolve. Yet, Mira remained undeterred, fueled by the thought of uncovering the secrets of Eldoria. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Mira and her team set up camp. The air was cool, a welcome relief from the scorching heat of the day. As they gathered around the fire, Mira shared her findings, recounting the stories of Eldoria's grandeur and the mysteries that surrounded its disappearance. According to the legends, she began, her voice steady, Eldoria was once ruled by a wise and benevolent queen. She was said to possess a magical artifact that granted her the power to control the elements. But as the city prospered, envy grew among neighboring kingdoms. They conspired against her, and in a desperate attempt to protect her people, the queen used the artifact to hide Eldoria from the world. Her companions listened intently, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames. Among them was Amir, a skilled navigator with a deep knowledge of the desert. He leaned forward, intrigued. But if the city was hidden, how do we know it still exists? The sands could have buried it completely. Mira nodded, acknowledging the uncertainty. That's true, but the map suggests that there are still remnants of the city beneath the dunes. We just need to find the right location. As the night wore on, the stars twinkled above them, and Mira felt a sense of connection to the past. She imagined the bustling streets of Eldoria, filled with merchants, artists, and scholars. The thought of walking through its ancient halls filled her with excitement and determination. The following day, they resumed their journey, guided by the map and Amir's expertise. The landscape shifted, and the dunes grew taller, their peaks glistening in the sunlight. After several days of searching, they finally reached a plateau that overlooked a vast expanse of sand. According to the map, we should be close, Mira said, her heart racing. She scanned the horizon, searching for any signs of the lost city. Just as doubt began to creep in, Amir pointed excitedly to a distant outline. There! Do you see that? He exclaimed, his finger tracing the silhouette of what appeared to be crumbling structures rising from the sand. Mira's breath caught in her throat. Eldoria! With renewed vigor, they descended the plateau, their hearts pounding with anticipation. As they approached, the outlines of the buildings became clearer, revealing intricate carvings and faded murals that hinted at the city's former glory. The air was thick with the scent of history, and Mira felt a profound sense of awe wash over her. But as they began to explore the ruins, a sense of unease settled in. The silence was palpable, broken only by the sound of the wind swirling through the empty streets. It was as if the city itself was holding its breath, waiting for them to uncover its secrets. As they ventured deeper into Eldoria, Mira stumbled upon a grand hall, its ceiling adorned with remnants of once vibrant frescoes. In the center stood a pedestal, and upon it lay a small, ornate box. Her heart raced as she approached, the weight of history pressing down on her. "What do you think it is?" Amir asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Mira reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool surface of the box. "I don't know, but it feels important." With a deep breath, she opened the box, revealing a shimmering crystal that pulsed with an otherworldly light. As she held it in her hands, a surge of energy coursed through her, and visions of Eldoria's past flooded her mind. She saw the queen, her face radiant with power, and the city thriving in harmony with nature. But then, darkness crept in, images of betrayal, destruction, and the queen's desperate act to save her people. The crystal glowed brighter, and Mira realized that it was the very artifact that had hidden Eldoria from the world. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them, and a low rumble echoed through the hall. The team exchanged worried glances as the walls began to shift, revealing hidden passages and chambers long forgotten. "We need to get out of here," Amir shouted, urgency lacing his voice. Mira clutched the crystal tightly, torn between the desire to explore further and the instinct to flee. But as the tremors intensified, she knew they had to escape. They raced through the crumbling corridors, the echoes of the past urging them onward. As they emerged into the open air, the sun blazed overhead, illuminating the ruins of Eldoria. But the ground continued to shake, and the sands began to shift ominously. Mira glanced back at the city, realizing that they had awakened something ancient and powerful. "Run," she yelled, leading her team away from the collapsing structures. The desert was alive with energy, and the once lost city was revealing its secrets, but at a cost. As Mira and her team sprinted away from the crumbling ruins, the ground beneath them shook violently, sending plumes of sand into the air. The once still desert was now a chaotic whirlwind of dust and debris, as if the very spirit of Eldoria was awakening from a long slumber. "Over there," Amir shouted, pointing toward a rocky outcrop that jutted from the sand. "We can take cover." They dashed toward the outcrop, the sound of collapsing structures echoing behind them. Myra's heart raced, not just from the fear of the collapsing city, but from the weight of the crystal still clutched in her hand. It pulsed with energy, almost as if it were alive, and she could feel its power resonating within her. Once they reached the outcrop, they huddled together, panting and wide-eyed. The tremors gradually subsided, but the air was thick with tension. Mira looked back at the ruins, now partially obscured by swirling sands. The city that had captivated her for so long was now a dangerous enigma. "What just happened?" one of the team members, Lena, gasped, her face pale. "Is it the crystal?" Mira nodded, still trying to catch her breath. "I think so. It's connected to Eldoria's magic. When I opened the box, it must have triggered something." Amir furrowed his brow, glancing at the crystal. "We need to understand what it is and what it can do. But first, we need to get out of here before the desert decides to bury us again." As they caught their breath, Mira felt a strange pull toward the crystal. It was as if it was calling to her, urging her to unlock its secrets. "We can't leave it behind," she said, her voice steady. "It's part of Eldoria's history, and it might hold the key to understanding what happened here." Reluctantly, the team agreed. They knew they had to be cautious, but the allure of the crystal was too strong to ignore. After a brief moment of deliberation, they decided to set up a temporary camp at the outcrop, hoping to gather their thoughts and plan their next move. As night fell, the desert transformed. The stars twinkled like diamonds against the deep blue sky, and the air cooled, bringing a sense of calm after the chaos. Mira sat by the fire, the crystal resting in her lap, its glow illuminating her face. She felt a connection to the past, as if the spirits of Eldoria were watching over her. "What do you think it can do?" Amir asked, breaking the silence. He sat across from her, his eyes fixed on the crystal. "I don't know," Mira admitted. "But I have a feeling it's more than just a relic. It's a part of the city's magic, and it might even be able to help us understand what happened to the queen and her people." Lena, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. "But what if it's dangerous? What if it's the reason Eldoria was lost in the first place?" Mira considered this. "That's a possibility. But we can't turn back now. We've come too far, and the truth is out there. We need to find a way to harness its power, not fear it." The team spent the night discussing their options, sharing stories of their own motivations for seeking out Eldoria. Each had their reasons. Some were driven by a thirst for knowledge, while others sought adventure or redemption. But as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, they all felt a shared purpose: to uncover the mysteries of the lost city. The next morning, they awoke to a stillness that felt almost surreal. The desert was quiet, the only sound being the gentle rustle of the wind. Mira felt a sense of determination wash over her as she held the crystal, its glow now a steady pulse. "Let's explore the surrounding area," she suggested. "There might be more clues about Eldoria's past nearby." The team agreed, and they set off, carefully navigating the dunes and rocky outcrops. As they walked, Mira felt the crystal's energy guiding her, pulling her toward a distant ridge. The landscape shifted, revealing a series of ancient carvings etched into the stone. "Look at this!" Amir exclaimed, pointing to the intricate designs. "These symbols. They look like the ones we saw in the Grand Hall." Mira approached the carvings, tracing her fingers over the withered stone. "They tell a story," she murmured, her eyes scanning the images. "It's a depiction of the queen and her people, but there's something else." A dark figure lurking in the background. As they studied the carvings, Mira began to piece together the narrative. The queen was shown in a position of power, surrounded by her loyal subjects, but the dark figure represented the envy and betrayal that had threatened their peace. The final image depicted the queen holding the crystal, her expression one of determination and sacrifice. "This is it," Mira said, her voice filled with awe. "The queen used the crystal to protect her city from those who sought to destroy it. But in doing so, she may have sealed Eldoria away forever." Lena shivered at the thought. So, the legends were true. The city was hidden to protect it, but at what cost? Mira felt a surge of responsibility. We need to honor her sacrifice. If we can understand the crystal's power, maybe we can find a way to restore Eldoria and prevent its fate from repeating. As they continued to explore the area, they discovered more carvings and remnants of the city's past. Each piece of evidence brought them closer to understanding the queen's story and the fate of her people. But as they delved deeper, the desert began to change once more. The winds picked up, swirling around them with increasing intensity. Mira glanced at the sky, noticing dark clouds gathering on the horizon. "We should head back to the outcrop," she urged. "A storm is coming." They hurried back, but as they reached the safety of the rocky shelter, the storm unleashed its fury. Sand whipped through the air, obscuring their vision and making it difficult to breathe. The once still desert transformed into a chaotic tempest, and Mira felt a sense of foreboding. "Stay close," Amir shouted over the howling winds. "We can't get separated." As they huddled together, Mira clutched the crystal tightly, feeling its warmth against her palm. In that moment, she realized that the crystal was not just a relic, it was a beacon of hope, a connection to the past that could guide them through the storm. Suddenly, the wind shifted, and a blinding light erupted from the crystal. The team shielded their eyes as the light enveloped them, illuminating the darkness of the storm. Mira felt a surge of energy coursing through her, and the chaos around them began to fade. When the light subsided, they found themselves standing in a vast chamber, the walls adorned with intricate mosaics that shimmered like the stars. The air was cool and still, and the storm outside had vanished. "What just happened?" Lena asked, her voice filled with wonder. Mira looked around, her heart racing. "I think the crystal transported us to another part of Eldoria." As they explored the chamber, they discovered it was filled with artifacts and treasures from the city's past. Each item told a story, and Mira felt a sense of reverence for the history that surrounded them. But as they delved deeper into the chamber, they stumbled upon a hidden door, its surface etched with the same symbols they had seen earlier. Mira's heart raced as she approached, feeling the crystal's energy guiding her once more. "Should we open it?" Amir asked, his voice tinged with excitement and apprehension. Mira nodded, her determination unwavering. "We have to. This could lead us to the answers we seek." With a deep breath, she pushed the door open, revealing a narrow passageway that descended into darkness. The air was thick with anticipation as they stepped inside, the glow of the crystal illuminating their path. As they ventured deeper into the passage, the walls began to pulse with energy, resonating with the crystal's light. Mira felt a connection to the queen, as if she were walking in her footsteps, uncovering the truth of Eldoria's past. But as they reached the end of the passage, they found themselves in a vast underground chamber, its ceiling lost in shadows. In the center stood a massive altar, and upon it lay a larger version of the crystal, pulsating with a powerful energy. "This must be the source of Eldoria's magic," Mira breathed, her eyes wide with awe. "The queen's true power." As they approached the altar, the air crackled with energy, and Mira felt a surge of emotions: hope, fear, and a deep sense of responsibility. She knew that they had uncovered something monumental, but with that knowledge came the weight of the past. "What do we do now?" Lena asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Mira took a deep breath, her heart steadying. "We need to understand how to harness this power. If we can unlock its potential, we might be able to restore Eldoria and protect it from the darkness that once threatened it." As they gathered around the altar, the crystal's light enveloped them, and Mira felt a connection to the queen and her people. The energy surged through her, filling her with a sense of purpose. They were not just explorers, they were the guardians of Eldoria's legacy. As Mira and her team stood before the massive altar, the pulsating crystal radiated a warmth that enveloped them, filling the chamber with a soft, ethereal glow. The air crackled with energy, and Mira felt a deep connection to the ancient queen whose legacy they were now a part of. "Can you feel it?" Amir asked, his voice filled with awe. "It's like the crystal is alive." Mira nodded, her heart racing. "It's more than just a relic. It's a conduit of the city's magic. We need to figure out how to channel this energy." As they gathered around the altar, Mira reached out, her fingers brushing against the surface of the larger crystal. Instantly, a surge of visions flooded her mind, images of the queen, her people, and the vibrant city of Eldoria in its prime. She saw the queen standing before her subjects, her expression one of hope and determination, and then the darkness creeping in, threatening to consume everything. Eldoria was a place of harmony, Mira murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. But it was also a place of great power. The queen used the crystal to protect her people, but it came at a cost. "What do you mean?" Lena asked, her brow furrowed in concern. "The legend spoke of a curse," Mira explained, her gaze fixed on the crystal. "The queen's sacrifice to hide the city may have trapped her spirit and the spirits of her people within this chamber. We need to free them." Amir stepped closer, his eyes wide with realization. "But how do we do that? The crystal is powerful, but we don't know how to control it." Mira took a deep breath, feeling the weight of their mission. We need to connect with the crystal to understand its energy. If we can channel our intentions through it, we might be able to release the spirits and restore Eldoria. The team exchanged glances, a mix of fear and determination in their eyes. They knew the risks, but the potential rewards were too great to ignore. Together, they formed a circle around the altar, each placing a hand on the crystal's surface. "Focus on the queen," Mira instructed, her voice steady. "Think of her strength, her love for her people. We need to honor her sacrifice." As they closed their eyes, the chamber filled with a soft hum, resonating with the energy of the crystal. Mira felt the warmth of her companion's hands, their collective determination merging into a single force. She envisioned the queen, her regal presence radiating strength and wisdom, and the love she had for Eldoria. Suddenly, the crystal began to glow brighter, illuminating the chamber with a blinding light. Myra's heart raced as she felt the energy surge through her, connecting her to the spirits of Eldoria. Visions flooded her mind, memories of laughter, joy, and the vibrant life that once filled the city. But then, darkness crept in, images of betrayal and despair. Mira felt the weight of the queen's sorrow, the burden of her sacrifice. "We're here to help you," she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "We won't let your legacy be forgotten." As if responding to her words, the crystal pulsed with energy, and a wave of light washed over them. The chamber trembled, and the air crackled with power. Mira opened her eyes, and before her stood the ethereal figure of the queen, her presence radiant and commanding. "Who dares to awaken me?" the queen's voice echoed, a mixture of authority and sorrow. Mira stepped forward, her heart pounding. "We are explorers, seeking the truth of Eldoria. We found the crystal and wish to honor your sacrifice. We want to restore your city." The queen's gaze softened, and Mira could feel the weight of her pain. Eldoria was lost to envy and betrayal. "I sacrificed my life to protect my people, but in doing so, I trapped their spirits within this chamber. You have awakened the magic of the crystal, but it is not without consequence. What can we do to help?" Amir asked, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "To free my people, you must confront the darkness that lies within," the queen replied, her voice echoing with ancient wisdom. "The crystal holds the key to both creation and destruction. You must choose wisely." Mira felt a surge of determination. "We will confront the darkness. We will not let Eldoria fade into oblivion." The queen nodded, her expression one of pride. "Then you must harness the power of the crystal. Focus your intentions, and let the light guide you. But beware, the darkness will try to deceive you." With that, the queen's figure began to dissolve into shimmering particles of light, merging with the crystal. Mira felt a rush of energy coursing through her, and the chamber trembled once more. The walls began to shift, revealing hidden passages that spiraled into the depths of the earth. "Let's go," Mira urged, her heart racing with excitement and fear. They had been given a chance to confront the darkness and restore Eldoria, but the path ahead was uncertain. As they ventured into the newly revealed passage, the air grew colder, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. The walls were adorned with dark carvings, depicting scenes of betrayal and despair. Mira felt a chill run down her spine, but she pressed on, the crystal's light guiding their way. "Stay close," Amir said, his voice low. "We don't know what lies ahead." The passage twisted and turned, leading them deeper into the heart of the earth. As they walked, Mira could feel the energy of the crystal pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. It was both exhilarating and terrifying, a reminder of the power they were wielding. Finally, they reached a vast underground chamber, its ceiling lost in shadows. In the center stood a dark figure, shrouded in swirling shadows, its presence radiating malice. Myra's heart raced as she realized they had found the source of the darkness that had plagued Eldoria. "Foolish mortals," the figure hissed, its voice a chilling whisper. "You dare to challenge me? I am the embodiment of envy and betrayal, the force that brought Eldoria to its knees. Mira stepped forward, her resolve unwavering. We are here to free the spirits of Eldoria and restore the city. Your reign of darkness ends here. The figure laughed, a sound that echoed through the chamber like thunder. You think you can defeat me? The queen's sacrifice only strengthened my power. You are nothing but pawns in a game you cannot comprehend. Mira felt the weight of fear creeping in, but she remembered the queen's words. We are not afraid of you. We carry the light of Eldoria within us. With that, she raised the crystal high, its glow illuminating the chamber. The darkness recoiled, hissing in anger as the light pushed back against its shadows. Mira felt the energy surge through her, and she focused her intentions, channeling the power of the crystal. Together, she shouted, urging her companions to join her. They formed a circle around the crystal, their hands clasped together, their hearts united in purpose. As they concentrated, the light from the crystal intensified, filling the chamber with a blinding radiance. The dark figure writhed in agony, its form flickering as the light pushed against it. No! You cannot defeat me, it shrieked, its voice filled with rage. But Mira and her team pressed on, their determination unwavering. They envisioned the queen, her strength and love for her people guiding them. The light surged, enveloping the darkness, and Mira felt the energy of Eldoria flowing through her. With one final push, they unleashed the full power of the crystal, and the chamber erupted in a brilliant explosion of light. The darkness screamed, its form disintegrating into shadows that scattered into the corners of the chamber. As the light faded, Mira and her team found themselves standing in the center of the chamber, the air now still and calm. The oppressive weight of darkness had lifted, and a sense of peace enveloped them. We did it, Amir breathed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Mira looked around, her heart swelling with hope. We freed the spirits of Eldoria. Suddenly, the chamber began to shimmer, and the walls transformed, revealing vibrant murals depicting the city's history, the queen, her people, and the beauty of Eldoria in its prime. The energy of the crystal pulsed gently, a reminder of the magic that still lingered. As they stepped forward, the spirits of the queen and her people materialized, their forms radiant and ethereal. The queen approached Mira, her expression one of gratitude and pride. You have honored my sacrifice and restored my people, she said, her voice filled with warmth. Eldoria will rise again, and its legacy will live on through you. Mira felt tears of joy welling in her eyes. Thank you for trusting us. We will ensure that Eldoria is remembered. With a gentle smile, the queen and her people began to fade, their spirits merging with the light of the crystal. The chamber filled with a sense of harmony, and Mira knew that Eldoria was finally at peace. As they made their way back through the passage, the air felt lighter, and the oppressive weight of the past had lifted. They emerged into the sunlight, the desert stretching out before them, a vast expanse of golden sand. Look! Lena exclaimed, pointing toward the horizon. The city. It's coming back. Mira squinted against the sun, and her heart raced as she saw the outlines of Eldoria rising from the sands, its spires glistening in the light. The city was being restored, its beauty returning as if the very essence of Eldoria had been awakened. We did it! Amir shouted, his voice filled with exhilaration. We brought Eldoria back. Mira felt a sense of fulfillment wash over her. They had not only uncovered the lost city but had also restored its legacy. Eldoria would live on, a testament to the strength of its people and the power of hope. As they stood together, watching the city rise from the sands, Mira knew that their journey was far from over. They had a responsibility to share the story of Eldoria, to honor the queen and her people, and to ensure that the lessons of the past were never forgotten. With the crystal in hand, they set off toward the city, ready to embrace the future and the adventures that awaited them. The Sands of Eldoria had revealed their secrets, and now it was time to write a new chapter in the story of the lost city. A year had passed since Mira and her team had restored Eldoria from the sands, and the city was thriving once more. The once lost civilization had become a beacon of hope and knowledge, attracting scholars, adventurers, and seekers from across the lands. The vibrant streets were filled with laughter, the air rich with the scent of spices and flowers, and the echoes of the past resonated in every corner. Mira stood atop the grand balcony of the newly restored palace, gazing out at the bustling city below. The sun bathed Eldoria in a warm golden light, and she felt a sense of pride swell within her. The queen's spirit had been freed, and the city was alive again, but Mira knew that their journey was far from over. "Are you ready for today's ceremony?" Amir called from behind her, his voice filled with excitement. Mira turned to see him approaching, a scroll in hand. "I am." "It's hard to believe it's been a year already." Amir nodded, his expression serious. "The council wants to honor you and the team for your bravery. They're unveiling a statue in the square." Mira smiled, a mix of humility and gratitude washing over her. "It's not just me. We did this together." As they made their way down the palace steps, Mira couldn't shake the feeling that something was brewing beneath the surface. The restoration of Eldoria had drawn attention, and while most came with good intentions, there were whispers of those who sought to exploit the city's magic for their own gain. The ceremony took place in the heart of Eldoria, where the newly constructed plaza buzzed with energy. Citizens gathered, their faces filled with anticipation. The statue, a magnificent representation of the queen, stood tall, her expression one of strength and grace. Mira took her place alongside her team Lena, Amir, and a few others who had joined them on their journey. As the mayor began to speak, Myra's gaze drifted to the crowd, her instincts on high alert. She noticed a group of hooded figures lingering at the edge of the plaza, their presence unsettling. "Something feels off," she whispered to Amir. He followed her gaze, his brow furrowing. "I see them. We should keep an eye on them." The ceremony continued, and as the mayor unveiled the statue, cheers erupted from the crowd. Mira felt a swell of pride for the city and its people, but her unease lingered. After the ceremony, she approached the mayor, a kind-hearted woman named Ilara. "Mayor Ilara, do you know who those figures are?" Mira asked, nodding toward the hooded group. Ilara's expression darkened. "I've heard rumors of a faction that seeks to harness the magic of Eldoria for their own purposes. They believe the crystal holds untold power." Myra's heart raced. "We can't let that happen. The crystal is a part of Eldoria's legacy, and it must be protected." Ilara nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "We need to gather the council and discuss how to safeguard the city. I'll call an emergency meeting." As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over Eldoria, Mira felt a sense of urgency. They had fought to restore the city once, and they would do so again if necessary. She gathered her team, sharing her concerns about the hooded figures and the potential threat they posed. "We need to investigate," Lena suggested, her voice steady. "If they're planning something, we need to know what it is." Amir agreed. "We can split up and gather information. We'll meet back here at dawn." As night fell, Mira felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. The city was thriving, but the shadows of the past still lingered. She couldn't shake the feeling that the echoes of Eldoria were calling to her, urging her to uncover the truth. The next morning, the team reconvened, each sharing what they had discovered. Amir had spoken to a merchant who mentioned strange transactions involving artifacts from Eldoria. Lena had overheard a conversation about a secret meeting planned for that evening. "They're gathering at the old ruins outside the city," Lena reported, her expression serious. "They're planning something big." Myra's heart raced. "We need to confront them." If they're trying to harness the crystal's power, we can't let that happen. As dusk approached, the team made their way to the ruins, the air thick with tension. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the ancient stones. They crept closer, hiding behind the remnants of a crumbling wall. Peering through the shadows, they saw the hooded figures gathered around a makeshift altar, their voices low and conspiratorial. Mira strained to hear their words. "The crystal's power is ours for the taking," one figure declared, his voice dripping with ambition. "With it, we can control Eldoria and bend its magic to our will." Mira exchanged worried glances with her team. They had to act quickly. "On my signal," she whispered, her heart pounding. "We confront them together." As the figure continued to speak, Mira felt a surge of determination. They had fought for Eldoria once, and they would do so again. With a deep breath, she raised her voice, stepping into the light. "Enough," she called, her voice steady. "You will not exploit Eldoria's magic for your own gain." The hooded figures turned, surprise etched on their faces. The leader stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. "You dare to challenge us? You think you can stop us?" Mira stood tall, her team flanking her. "We've already faced darkness once. We won't let it return." The leader laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the ruins. "You're naive. The power of the crystal is beyond your comprehension. Join us, or face the consequences." Mira felt the energy of the crystal pulsing within her, a reminder of the strength they had harnessed before. "We will never join you. Eldoria belongs to its people, not to those who seek to control it." With that, the confrontation erupted. The hooded figures unleashed dark energy, and Mira felt the air crackle with tension. She focused on the crystal's light, channeling its energy as she had done before. Together, she shouted, urging her team to unite their strength. As they formed a circle, the light from the crystal surged, pushing back against the darkness. The ruins trembled, and the ground shook beneath them. Mira felt the echoes of Eldoria's past resonating within her, guiding her as they fought against the encroaching shadows. The leader of the hooded figures faltered, his confidence wavering as the light intensified. "No! This cannot be!" Mira pressed on, her heart filled with determination. Eldoria will not fall again. With one final surge of energy, they unleashed the full power of the crystal, and the darkness shattered, scattering the hooded figures into the night. The ruins glowed with a radiant light, and Mira felt a sense of triumph wash over her. As the dust settled, the team stood together, breathing heavily but victorious. They had protected Eldoria once more, but Mira knew that the echoes of the past would always linger. "We did it," Amir said, a smile breaking across his face. Mira nodded, her heart swelling with pride. "But we must remain vigilant. There will always be those who seek to exploit what they don't understand." As they made their way back to the city, the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, casting a warm glow over Eldoria. The city was alive, a testament to the strength of its people and the magic that flowed through its veins. Mira knew that their journey was far from over. The echoes of Eldoria would continue to guide them, and together, they would protect the legacy of the Queen and her people for generations to come. Months had passed since Mira and her team had thwarted the dark faction seeking to exploit Eldoria's magic. The city continued to flourish, its streets alive with the sounds of laughter and commerce. The people of Eldoria had embraced their heritage, and the echoes of the past served as a reminder of the strength that lay within their community. However, beneath the surface of this newfound peace, a sense of unease lingered. Mira often found herself gazing at the crystal, now housed in a protective chamber within the palace, its light a constant reminder of the power it held. She felt a responsibility to safeguard it, knowing that there would always be those who sought to harness its magic for their own purposes. One evening, as Mira sat in the palace library, poring over ancient texts about Eldoria's history, Amir entered, his expression serious. "Mira, we need to talk." She looked up, sensing the weight of his words. "What's wrong?" "I've been hearing whispers among the merchants and travelers. There are rumors of a new group forming, one that's even more dangerous than the last," Amir said, his voice low. "They call themselves the Seekers of the Crystal." Myra's heart sank. "What do they want?" "They believe that the crystal holds the key to unimaginable power. They're gathering followers, and they're not afraid to use force to get what they want," Amir explained, his brow furrowed with concern. Mira felt a surge of determination. "We can't let this happen. We need to gather the council and prepare for whatever they're planning." As they convened the council, Mira shared the news of the Seekers of the Crystal. The room buzzed with tension as council members exchanged worried glances. "We must act quickly," Mayor Alara said, her voice steady. "If they're gathering followers, they could pose a serious threat to Eldoria." Lena, who had been listening intently, spoke up. "We should send scouts to gather more information about this group. We need to know their numbers and their intentions." Mira nodded in agreement. "And we should strengthen our defenses. If they come for the crystal, we need to be ready." The council agreed, and plans were set in motion. Scouts were dispatched to gather intelligence, while the citizens of Eldoria were encouraged to remain vigilant. Mira felt a sense of urgency as she prepared for the challenges ahead, knowing that the safety of the city rested on their shoulders. Days turned into weeks, and the tension in Eldoria grew. The scouts returned with troubling news. The Seekers were gaining followers, and their leader, a charismatic figure named Kale, was rallying support with promises of power and glory. "He's convincing people that the crystal can grant them abilities beyond their wildest dreams," one scout reported. "They're drawn to him like moths to a flame." Myra's heart raced. "We need to confront him before it's too late. If he gains enough power, he could threaten everything we've worked for." The council agreed to send a delegation to meet with Kale, hoping to reason with him before conflict erupted. Mira, Amir, and Lena volunteered to represent Eldoria, knowing that they had to stand firm against the rising tide of darkness. As they approached the meeting place, a clearing on the outskirts of the city, Mira felt a mix of apprehension and determination. The air was thick with tension, and she could see a crowd gathered, their faces filled with anticipation. Kale stood at the center, his presence commanding. He was tall and imposing, with piercing eyes that seemed to see right through her. "Welcome, representatives of Eldoria," he said, his voice smooth and persuasive. "I've gathered you here to discuss the future of our city." Mira stepped forward, her heart pounding. "We're here to protect Eldoria and its legacy. We cannot allow you to exploit the crystal for your own gain." Kale smiled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "You misunderstand. I seek to unlock the true potential of the crystal, to share its power with those who are worthy. Together, we can reshape Eldoria into a force to be reckoned with." Lena interjected, her voice firm. "You're playing with forces you don't understand. The crystal is not a tool for power, it's a part of our history and our people." Kale's expression darkened. "You're naive. The old ways are dead. The world is changing, and those who cling to the past will be left behind." Mira felt a surge of anger. "We won't let you destroy what we've built. Eldoria is a place of hope, not a battleground for your ambitions." The crowd murmured, and Mira could see some of them wavering, caught between Kale's promises and their loyalty to Eldoria. She knew they had to act quickly. "Listen to me," Mira called out, her voice rising above the noise. "The crystal is a symbol of our unity, our strength. It belongs to the people of Eldoria, not to one man's ambition. If you follow him, you risk losing everything we've fought for." Kale stepped closer, his voice low and threatening. You think you can sway them with words? Power is what they crave, and I can give it to them. Mira felt the energy of the crystal pulsing within her, a reminder of the strength they had harnessed before. You may have followers, but we have something far more powerful: hope, unity, and the spirit of Eldoria. With that, she raised her hand, channeling the light of the crystal. The energy surged around her, illuminating the clearing and pushing back against the shadows that Kale had cast. The crowd gasped, and for a moment, Mira saw doubt flicker in their eyes. Kale's expression shifted from confidence to anger. You think this will intimidate me? You're a fool. As the tension escalated, Mira felt a surge of determination. We will not back down. Eldoria will stand united against anyone who seeks to divide us. With a roar, Kale unleashed a wave of dark energy, and the clearing erupted into chaos. Mira and her team braced themselves, channeling the light of the crystal to counter the darkness. The two forces clashed, illuminating the night sky with a brilliant display of power. Mira felt the echoes of Eldoria's past resonating within her, guiding her as they fought against the encroaching shadows. The crowd watched in awe, torn between the two sides. Stand with us, Mira shouted, her voice filled with conviction. Join us in protecting Eldoria. As the battle raged on, some of the crowd began to step forward, drawn to the light of the crystal. They joined Mira and her team, their voices rising in support. Kale's anger boiled over as he realized he was losing control. You will regret this, he shouted, his voice filled with rage. But Mira pressed on, her heart filled with hope. We will not be afraid. Together, we are stronger than any darkness. With one final surge of energy, they unleashed the full power of the crystal, and the light enveloped the clearing. The darkness shattered, and Kale's form flickered as he was pushed back, his followers scattering in fear. As the light faded, Mira stood tall, her heart racing. They had faced the darkness once more and emerged victorious. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices filled with hope and unity. Mira turned to her team, a sense of triumph washing over her. We did it. Eldoria stands strong. But as they celebrated, Mira couldn't shake the feeling that the echoes of the past would always linger. The battle against darkness was never truly over, and they would need to remain vigilant to protect the legacy of Eldoria. As the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow over the city, Mira knew that their journey was far from finished. Together, they would continue to be the guardians of Eldoria, standing against any threat that dared to challenge their home. In the aftermath of the confrontation with Kale and the Seekers of the Crystal, Eldoria began to heal. The city was alive with renewed energy, its citizens united in their commitment to protect their home. Mira, Amir, Lena, and the rest of their team had become symbols of hope, their bravery inspiring others to stand against darkness. However, as the days turned into weeks, Mira felt a lingering unease. The echoes of Eldoria whispered to her, reminding her that while they had triumphed, the threat of darkness was never truly vanquished. She often found herself drawn to the crystal, its light a constant reminder of the power it held and the responsibility that came with it. One evening, as Mira sat in the palace garden, she was joined by Amir. You've been quiet lately, he observed, taking a seat beside her. What's on your mind? Mira sighed, gazing at the crystal's chamber in the distance. I can't shake the feeling that this isn't over. Kale may have been defeated, but there are still those who seek power. We need to be prepared for whatever comes next. Amir nodded, his expression serious. You're right. We should strengthen our defenses and continue to educate the citizens about the crystal's true nature. Knowledge is our best weapon against those who would misuse it. As they spoke, Lena approached, her face illuminated by the soft glow of the setting sun. I've been thinking about the council's plans for the future. We need to establish a group dedicated to protecting Eldoria and its Magic 8 true guardianship. Myra's eyes lit up at the idea. That's a brilliant plan. We can train volunteers, teach them about the crystal, and prepare them to defend our city." The three of them began to outline their vision for the Guardians of Eldoria, a group that would not only protect the crystal but also educate the citizens about their history and the importance of unity. They envisioned a training program that would empower individuals to stand against any threat, ensuring that the legacy of Eldoria would endure. As the weeks passed, the Guardians of Eldoria began to take shape. Citizens from all walks of life joined, eager to learn and contribute to the safety of their home. Mira felt a sense of pride as she watched the community come together, their spirits unyielding. One day, while leading a training session, Mira noticed a familiar figure in the crowd. It was a young girl named Elia, who had been inspired by Myra's bravery during the confrontation with Kale. Elia had a spark in her eyes, a determination that reminded Mira of her own journey. "Can I help?" Elia asked, her voice filled with enthusiasm. "I want to learn how to protect Eldoria." Mira knelt down to meet her gaze. "Of course, Elia. Every guardian counts. Together, we'll make sure Eldoria remains safe." As the training continued, Mira felt a sense of hope blossoming within her. The spirit of Eldoria was alive, and its people were ready to defend their home. But as they prepared for the future, Mira couldn't shake the feeling that a new challenge was on the horizon. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the city, Mira received word that a traveler had arrived with urgent news. She gathered her team and the council, eager to hear what the traveler had to say. The traveler, a weathered man with a deep voice, spoke of a distant land where whispers of a new threat had emerged. "There are rumors of a cult that seeks to harness the power of crystals like yours," he warned. "They believe that by gathering crystals from across the lands, they can create a force powerful enough to conquer entire kingdoms." Myra's heart raced. "We can't let that happen. We must protect the crystal and warn others about this cult." The council convened, and plans were set in motion. Mira, Amir, and Lena would lead a delegation to neighboring cities, spreading the word about the cult and the importance of safeguarding their own crystals. They would rally allies to stand against this new threat. As they traveled from city to city, Mira felt a sense of purpose. They shared the story of Eldoria's struggles and victories, inspiring others to join their cause. The Guardians of Eldoria became a symbol of hope, and soon, other cities began to form their own guardianship groups. However, as they journeyed, Mira couldn't shake the feeling that the cult was already moving. They had to act quickly to prevent the gathering of crystals and the rise of a new darkness. One night, as they camped under the stars, Amir approached Mira, concern etched on his face. "What if we're too late? What if they've already begun their plans?" Mira looked up at the stars, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. "We can't think like that. We have to believe in the strength of our unity. If we stand together, we can face any challenge." As dawn broke, they continued their journey, determined to rally support. But as they approached the next city, they were met with a sight that sent chills down Myra's spine. The city was in chaos, its streets filled with smoke and the sounds of conflict. "They're here," Amir whispered, his eyes wide with fear. "The cult has already attacked." Myra's heart raced as they rushed into the city, ready to confront the threat. The cultists, clad in dark robes, were attempting to seize the city's crystal, their chants echoing through the air. "Protect the crystal!" Mira shouted, rallying her team and the citizens who had gathered. "We must defend our home." The battle erupted, and Mira felt the energy of the crystal pulsing within her. She channeled its light, pushing back against the darkness that threatened to engulf the city. The Guardians of Eldoria fought alongside the citizens, their determination unwavering. As the clash intensified, Mira spotted the cult leader, a figure shrouded in shadows, commanding the cultists with an iron fist. She felt a surge of anger and determination. "We have to stop him." With Amir and Lena by her side, they charged toward the leader, their hearts filled with purpose. The cult leader turned, his eyes filled with malice. "You think you can stop me? I will harness the power of this crystal and bring forth a new era." Mira stood tall, her voice steady. "You will not succeed. Eldoria will not fall to your darkness." With a fierce battle cry, they engaged the cult leader, their powers clashing in a brilliant display of light and shadow. The energy of the crystal surged around them, amplifying their strength as they fought to protect their home. As the battle raged on, Mira felt the echoes of Eldoria's past guiding her. She remembered the sacrifices made, the strength of her people, and the legacy they had built together. With one final surge of energy, she unleashed the full power of the crystal, illuminating the battlefield and pushing back the darkness. The cult leader faltered, his confidence shattered as the light enveloped him. "No! This cannot be!" With a final cry, Mira and her team unleashed their combined strength, and the darkness shattered, scattering the cultists into the night. The city erupted in cheers, the citizens rallying around their guardians. As the dust settled, Mira looked around at the faces of her friends and the citizens of the city. They had faced darkness once more and emerged victorious. But she knew that the fight for Eldoria's legacy would never truly end. In the days that followed, Mira and her team worked to rebuild, strengthening the bonds between the cities and their guardians. They established a network of support, ensuring that the lessons learned would be passed down through generations. Mira stood atop the palace balcony, gazing out at the city she loved. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow over Eldoria. She felt a sense of peace wash over her, knowing that they had forged a path forward. "Together, we are stronger," she whispered to herself, the echoes of Eldoria resonating within her. "And we will protect our legacy." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira knew that the journey was far from over. The guardianship would continue, standing watch over Eldoria and its magic, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The spirit of Eldoria would endure, a testament to the strength of its people and the power of unity.
Story 2. Elias knelt by the fountain, mesmerized by the shifting images in its crystalline waters. The visions were fleeting, like dreams slipping through his fingers. He saw a great city rising from the sands, its towers gleaming in the sunlight. He saw a ship sailing through a sea of stars, its sails catching the light of distant galaxies. He saw a child laughing as they chased a butterfly made of fire, and an old man weeping as he held a withered flower. The images stirred something deep within him, a longing, a question he couldn't quite articulate. As he reached out to touch the water, a voice spoke, soft and melodic, like the chime of a distant bell. "Do you seek the truth, traveler?" Elias froze, his hand hovering above the surface of the fountain. He looked around, but no one else seemed to have heard the voice. The merchants and travelers continued their business, oblivious to the question that hung in the air. "Who's there?" Elias asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I am the heart of the bazaar," the voice replied. "I am its memory, its keeper, and its guide. You have come far to find this place, but your journey is not yet complete." Elias hesitated. "What do you mean? What journey?" The water in the fountain began to ripple, and the images within it shifted. Elias saw himself, standing in the desert, staring at the endless dunes. He saw the clockmaker, handing him the strange, shifting clock. He saw the merchants, the stalls, the wonders of the bazaar. And then he saw something else, something that made his breath catch in his throat. It was a door, ancient and weathered, its surface carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint, golden light. The door stood alone, surrounded by darkness, and yet it seemed to call to him, as if it held the answers to questions he hadn't yet asked. "The door lies at the edge of the bazaar," the voice said. "It is the threshold between worlds, the gateway to the unknown. Many have sought it, but few have dared to open it. If you wish to find the truth, You must follow the path and face what lies beyond. Elias stared into the fountain, his mind racing. The door was unlike anything he had ever seen, and yet it felt familiar, as if it had been waiting for him all along. He didn't know what lay beyond it, but he knew he couldn't turn back now. "I'll find it," he said, his voice steady. "I'll find the door." The fountain's water stilled, and the voice faded, leaving Elias alone with his thoughts. He rose to his feet, clutching the clock in his hand. Its hands spun wildly, then settled, pointing toward a narrow alleyway that wound its way through the bazaar. Elias took a deep breath and stepped forward, the clock guiding his way. The alleyway was unlike the rest of the bazaar. It was quiet, almost eerily so, and the air was heavy with the scent of incense and old wood. The stalls here were smaller, their wares more mysterious. Elias passed a merchant who sold shadows in glass jars, their shapes shifting and writhing as if alive. Another stall offered keys of every size and shape, each one labeled with a cryptic description: the key to lost memories, the key to unspoken words, the key to the end of all things. Elias felt the weight of the merchant's gazes as he passed, their eyes following him with a mix of curiosity and caution. He clutched the clock tightly, its hands pointing him ever forward. The alleyway twisted and turned, its path growing narrower and darker. The stalls became fewer, their wares stranger. Elias saw a merchant selling fragments of broken stars, their light flickering faintly in the dimness. Another offered mirrors that reflected not the present, but the past or the future. Finally, the alleyway opened into a small courtyard, its center dominated by the door from the fountain's vision. It was just as he had seen it, ancient and weathered, its surface carved with glowing symbols. The air around it seemed to hum with energy, and Elias felt a strange pull, as if the door were calling to him. He approached cautiously, his heart pounding. The symbols on the door seemed to shift and change as he looked at them, their meaning just out of reach. He reached out to touch the door, but before his fingers could make contact, a voice spoke behind him. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" Elias turned to see a woman standing at the edge of the courtyard. She was tall and regal, her dark hair braided with strands of silver. Her eyes were sharp and piercing, and she wore a cloak that shimmered like the night sky. "Who are you?" Elias asked. "I am a guardian of the bazaar," the woman said. "I watch over those who seek the door. Many have come here, but not all are prepared for what lies beyond." "What's beyond the door?" Elias asked. The woman smiled faintly. "That is for you to discover. The door leads to the unknown, to the answers you seek and the questions you fear. But it is not without its dangers. Once you step through, there is no turning back." Elias hesitated, the weight of her words sinking in. He had spent his life chasing mysteries, seeking the extraordinary. But now, standing before the door, he felt a flicker of doubt. Was he truly ready to face what lay beyond? The woman stepped closer, her gaze softening. "The bazaar is a place of possibilities," she said. "It shows us what we seek, but it also tests us. The door is not just a gateway, it is a mirror. It will show you who you truly are." Elias looked at the door, its symbols glowing faintly in the dim light. He thought of the clockmaker, the fountain, the merchants, and the wonders he had seen. He thought of the questions that had driven him here, the longing that had guided his steps. "I have to know," he said finally. "I have to see what's beyond." The woman nodded. "Then go, traveler. May you find what you seek." Elias stepped forward, his hand trembling as he reached for the door. The moment his fingers touched its surface, the symbols flared with light, and the door began to open. The light from the door was blinding, and Elias shielded his eyes as he stepped through. For a moment, he felt as if he were falling, weightless and untethered. Then, the light faded, and he found himself standing in a place unlike any he had ever seen. It was a vast, endless expanse, its sky a swirling tapestry of colors and stars. The ground beneath his feet was smooth and reflective, like a mirror, and it seemed to stretch on forever. In the distance, he saw shapes, mountains, rivers, cities shifting and changing as if they were alive. Elias took a tentative step forward, his reflection rippling beneath him. The air was filled with a strange, melodic hum, and he felt a sense of both wonder and unease. As he walked, he began to see figures in the distance. They were faint and ghostly, like echoes of people who had once been. He saw a warrior in gleaming armor, a scholar with a book in hand, a child chasing a butterfly of light. Each figure seemed to be following their own path, their own journey. Elias realized that this place was not just a destination, it was a crossroads, a place where all possibilities converged. The door had brought him here, but it was up to him to decide where to go next. He looked at the clock in his hand, its hands spinning wildly. For the first time, he understood its purpose. It was not just a guide, it was a reflection of his own choices, his own desires. Elias took a deep breath and stepped forward, ready to face the unknown. Elias walked across the mirrored expanse, his footsteps echoing faintly in the vastness. The figures he had seen earlier grew clearer as he approached, their forms solidifying into people from different times and places. A woman in a flowing robe knelt by a pool of light, her hands cupped as if she were drinking from it. A man in a tattered cloak stood at the edge of a precipice, staring into the swirling void below. A group of children played with glowing orbs that floated and danced in the air, their laughter ringing like bells. Each figure seemed absorbed in their own world, their own journey. Elias felt like an intruder, a wanderer in a place that was not meant for him. And yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he belonged here, that this place had been waiting for him. The clock in his hand began to vibrate, its hands spinning faster and faster. Elias stopped and held it up, watching as the hands settled, pointing toward a distant point on the horizon. He turned to follow their direction, but as he did, the ground beneath him shifted. The mirrored surface rippled like water, and Elias stumbled, struggling to keep his balance. The world around him began to change, the colors of the sky deepening into shades of indigo and violet. The figures he had seen faded into the distance, replaced by towering structures that seemed to rise from the ground itself. The structures were unlike anything Elias had ever seen. They were made of light and shadow, their forms constantly shifting and changing. Some resembled towers, others arches, and still others shapes that defied description. They pulsed with a strange energy, and Elias felt drawn to them, as if they held the answers he sought. He approached the nearest structure, its surface smooth and translucent. As he reached out to touch it, the surface rippled, and an image appeared within it. It was a memory, his memory. He saw himself as a child, sitting by a fire, listening to his grandfather tell stories of far-off lands and ancient wonders. He saw the look of wonder in his younger self's eyes, the spark of curiosity that had driven him to become a seeker of mysteries. The image faded, and another took its place. This time, it was a moment from his journey, a storm raging in the desert, the wind howling as he struggled to find shelter. He saw himself, battered and exhausted, but determined to press on. He saw the fire in his eyes, the unyielding resolve that had brought him to the bazaar. Elias stepped back, his heart pounding. The structure was not just a monument, it was a mirror, a reflection of his own soul. He looked around and realized that each structure was the same, each one holding the memories and experiences of those who had passed through this place. He felt a sudden weight, a sense of responsibility. This place was not just a crossroads, it was a reckoning, a place where travelers were forced to confront themselves, to face the choices they had made and the paths they had taken. As Elias stood there, lost in thought, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was tall and cloaked, its face hidden beneath a hood. The figure moved with a grace that was almost otherworldly, its presence both comforting and unsettling. "You have come far, traveler," the figure said, its voice deep and resonant. Few reach this place, and fewer still understand its purpose. Elias turned to face the figure, his hand tightening around the clock. "What is this place?" he asked. "Why was I brought here?" "This is the threshold," the figure replied. "It is the space between worlds, the place where all paths converge. Those who pass through the door are brought here to find what they seek, but also to face what they fear." Elias frowned. "What do you mean?" The figure gestured to the structures around them. "These are the echoes of your journey, the fragments of your soul. They show you who you are, who you were, and who you might become. To move forward, you must understand yourself. Only then can you choose your path." Elias looked at the structures, their shifting forms reflecting his memories and experiences. He felt a pang of doubt, a fear that he might not be ready to face the truth. "What if I don't like what I see?" he asked. The figure's voice softened. "The truth is not always easy, but it is necessary. To move forward, you must let go of the past and embrace the unknown. The choice is yours, traveler." Elias hesitated, the weight of the figure's words sinking in. He had spent his life chasing mysteries, seeking answers to questions that had no easy solutions. But now, standing at the threshold, he realized that the greatest mystery of all was himself. The clock in Elias's hand began to glow, its hands spinning wildly. He looked down at it, and for the first time, he understood its purpose. It was not just a guide, it was a key, a tool that would help him unlock the path ahead. The figure stepped aside, revealing a series of doorways that had appeared in the distance. Each doorway was different, its frame carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with life. Elias felt a pull toward each one, as if they were calling to him, offering him a glimpse of what lay beyond. "The doorways lead to different paths," the figure said. "Each one represents a choice, a possibility. Some will lead you to answers, others to new questions. But once you choose, there is no turning back." Elias approached the doorways, his heart pounding. He felt the weight of his journey, the choices he had made, and the questions that had driven him here. He thought of the bazaar, the merchants, the clockmaker, and the fountain. He thought of the stories his grandfather had told him, the spark of curiosity that had guided his steps. He stood before the doorways, the clock in his hand glowing brightly. He knew that this was the moment of truth, the moment that would define his journey. Elias took a deep breath and stepped forward, ready to choose his path. Elias stood before the doorways, each one radiating a distinct energy. The symbols carved into their frames seemed to shift and shimmer, as if alive. He felt the pull of each door, the promise of answers and the weight of uncertainty. But one door, in particular, called to him, a narrow, unassuming frame etched with delicate, spiraling patterns that glowed faintly like moonlight on water. The air around it was filled with a soft hum, almost like a whisper, and as Elias stepped closer, he thought he could hear faint voices, fragments of words, half-formed sentences, and echoes of laughter and sorrow. It was as if the door itself was alive, holding the memories of countless travelers who had passed through it. Elias reached out, his fingers brushing the surface of the door. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a gentle breeze. He felt a strange warmth, a sense of familiarity, as if the door had been waiting for him all along. The clock in his hand began to glow, its hands spinning wildly before settling into place. The door responded, its symbols flaring with light. Slowly it began to open, revealing a swirling mist that seemed to stretch into infinity. Elias hesitated for only a moment before stepping through. The world beyond the door was unlike anything Elias had ever imagined. He found himself standing in a vast, endless expanse of mist and light. The ground beneath his feet was soft and yielding, like walking on clouds, and the air was filled with the sound of whispers, countless voices, speaking in languages both familiar and unknown. The mist swirled around him, forming shapes and figures that flickered in and out of existence. He saw glimpses of people some he recognized, Others he didn't. There was his grandfather, sitting by the fire, his face lit with the glow of the flames. There was the clockmaker, his hands deftly working on a delicate mechanism. There was the woman from the courtyard, her cloak shimmering like the night sky. But there were also strangers' figures from distant lands and forgotten times. A warrior in gleaming armor, a scholar with ink-stained hands, a child clutching a glowing orb. Each figure seemed to carry a story, a fragment of a life that had been lived. Elias walked through the mist, the whispers growing louder. He felt as if he were walking through a dream, a place where time and space had no meaning. The figures around him seemed to watch him, their eyes filled with curiosity and understanding. As he moved deeper into the mist, he came to a clearing where the whispers grew quiet. In the center of the clearing stood a pedestal, and on it rested a small, glowing orb. The orb pulsed with a soft, golden light, and Elias felt a strange pull toward it. He approached the pedestal, his heart pounding. The orb seemed to hum with energy, and as he reached out to touch it, a voice spoke. "Do you seek the truth, or do you seek yourself?" Elias froze, his hand hovering above the orb. The voice was soft and melodic, like the one he had heard at the fountain, but it carried a weight, a sense of finality. I don't know," Elias admitted. "I've spent my life searching for answers, for something greater than myself. But now, I'm not sure what I'm looking for." The voice was silent for a moment, and then it spoke again. "The truth is not a destination, traveler. It is a journey. To find it, you must be willing to face yourself, to confront the choices you have made and the paths you have taken." Elias felt a lump in his throat. He thought of the stories his grandfather had told him, the spark of curiosity that had driven him to seek the bazaar. He thought of the hardships he had faced, the doubts and fears that had haunted him. And he thought of the wonders he had seen, the moments of awe and connection that had made the journey worthwhile. "I'm ready," he said finally. "I'm ready to face the truth." The orb flared with light, and the world around him dissolved. Elias found himself standing in a new place, a vast, empty space filled with light. In front of him stood a mirror, its surface smooth and flawless. He approached it cautiously, his reflection growing clearer with each step. But as he looked into the mirror, he saw more than just his reflection. He saw his past, his memories playing out like scenes from a story. He saw himself as a child, wide-eyed and full of wonder. He saw the moments of joy and triumph, the times when he had felt truly alive. But he also saw the moments of doubt and fear, the times when he had faltered, when he had questioned his path. The mirror showed him everything: his hopes, his dreams, his failures, and his regrets. It was a reflection of his soul, laid bare for him to see. Elias felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He saw the choices he had made, the paths he had taken, and the person he had become. And for the first time, he understood. The journey was not about finding answers, it was about finding himself. The mirror began to glow, its surface rippling like water. Elias reached out, his hand passing through the mirror as if it were a portal. He felt a surge of energy, a sense of clarity and purpose. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the bazaar. The sun hung motionless in the sky, casting its golden light over the marketplace. The stalls and merchants were just as he had left them, their voices blending into the harmonious hum of the bazaar. Elias looked down at the clock in his hand. Its hands were still, pointing to the center of the face. He felt a sense of peace, a sense of completion. The journey had changed him, but it had also brought him home. As he walked through the bazaar, he felt a connection to the people around him, a sense of shared purpose, of belonging. The bazaar was not just a place of trade, it was a place of transformation, a place where travelers came to find themselves. Elias knew that his journey was not over. The bazaar had shown him the path, but it was up to him to walk it. He smiled, his heart filled with gratitude and wonder. The Timeless Bazaar had given him a glimpse of the infinite possibilities that lay within him. And as he stepped into the golden light, he knew that he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. In a quiet corner of the bazaar, a warrior clad in battered armor stood before a stall draped in crimson silk. The merchant behind the stall was an old man with eyes like embers, and on the table before him lay a single object, a sword, its blade shimmering with an otherworldly light. The warrior's name was Kale, and he had come to the bazaar seeking a way to undo the past. He had been a soldier in a war that had consumed his homeland, a war that had left him scarred in body and soul. He had fought for a cause he no longer believed in, and the weight of his actions had driven him to the edge of despair. The merchant watched Kale with a knowing gaze. "This blade is not like any other," he said. "It is the blade of memory. It will show you the truth of your past, but it will also demand a price." Kale hesitated, his hand hovering over the hilt of the sword. He had spent years trying to forget, trying to bury the memories that haunted him. But now, standing in the bazaar, he realized that he could not move forward until he faced the truth. He grasped the hilt, and the world around him dissolved. He found himself standing on a battlefield, the air thick with smoke and the cries of the wounded. He saw himself, younger and full of fire, leading a charge against an enemy he had been taught to hate. But as the scene unfolded, he saw the faces of those he had fought, faces filled with fear, faces that mirrored his own. The blade showed him the truth. The war had been a lie, a conflict born of greed and manipulation. He had been a pawn, a tool in a game he had not understood. But it also showed him moments of courage and compassion, moments when he had chosen to protect rather than destroy. When the vision ended, Kale was back in the bazaar, the sword still in his hand. He felt a weight lift from his shoulders, a sense of clarity and purpose. The blade of memory had shown him the truth, and though it had been painful, it had also set him free. Kale left the bazaar that day, the sword at his side. He vowed to use it not for vengeance, but for justice, to protect those who could not protect themselves. The bazaar had given him a second chance, and he would not waste it. In the heart of the bazaar, where the light of the sun seemed to mingle with the glow of the stars, a young woman named Lyra sat at a loom made of silver and gold. She was a weaver, one of the few who could spin the threads of fate into patterns that shaped the lives of others. Lyra had come to the bazaar seeking inspiration. She had been born with the gift of weaving, but in recent years, her threads had grown dull, her patterns lifeless. She felt as if she had lost her connection to the stars, the source of her power. As she worked at her loom, travelers from all walks of life came to her, each one bringing a thread of their own story. There was a merchant who had lost his family, a scholar who had forgotten the joy of discovery, and a child who dreamed of touching the sky. Each thread was unique, a fragment of a life that had been shaped by joy and sorrow, hope and despair. Lyra wove their threads into a tapestry, her hands moving with a grace she had thought she had lost. As the tapestry grew, it began to glow, the patterns shifting and changing like the constellations in the night sky. She saw the connections between the travelers, the ways their lives had touched and shaped one another. She saw the beauty in their struggles, the strength in their resilience. When the tapestry was complete, Lyra felt a spark reignite within her. She realized that her gift was not just to weave patterns, but to reveal the connections that bound all things together. The bazaar had shown her the infinite possibilities of the threads, and she left with a renewed sense of purpose, ready to weave the stars once more. Near the edge of the bazaar, where the stalls gave way to a garden of glass and light, a small boy named Aaron sat on a bench, clutching a broken clockwork bird. The bird had been a gift from his mother, a reminder of the home they had left behind. But now, its wings were bent, its gears frozen, and Aaron felt as if he had lost a piece of himself. A woman in a cloak of feathers approached him, her eyes kind and her hands delicate. She was a tinkerer, a master of repairing the broken and forgotten. She knelt before Aaron and held out her hand. "May I see it?" she asked. Aaron hesitated, then handed her the bird. The tinkerer examined it carefully, her fingers moving with practiced precision. She opened the bird's chest, revealing a maze of tiny gears and springs. As she worked, she spoke softly. "This bird is more than just a toy," she said. "It carries a piece of your heart, a memory of someone you love. To fix it, you must be willing to let go of the pain and hold on to the joy." Aaron watched as the tinkerer replaced the broken gears and straightened the bent wings. When she was finished, she wound the bird, and it sprang to life, its wings fluttering and its song filling the air. Aaron's eyes filled with tears as he held the bird. He thought of his mother, of the times they had spent together, and he felt a warmth in his chest. The pain of losing her was still there, but it was no longer overwhelming. The bird's song reminded him of the love they had shared, a love that would always be a part of him. The tinkerer smiled and rose to her feet. "The bazaar has a way of mending more than just objects," she said. "It mends hearts too." Aaron stayed in the garden for a while, listening to the bird's song. When he left the bazaar, he carried the bird with him, its song a reminder of the love that had shaped his journey. Asha arrived at the Timeless Bazaar under the cover of twilight, her cloak blending into the deep indigo of the evening sky. She was a shadow herself, moving silently through the crowd, her eyes scanning the stalls and alleys with a quiet intensity. Asha was a seeker, a traveler who had spent years chasing whispers and fragments of a truth that seemed always just out of reach. Her journey had begun in a small village at the edge of a vast desert, a place where the stars burned bright and the nights were filled with stories. Asha had grown up listening to tales of the Shadowkeepers, ancient beings who guarded the secrets of the universe. Her grandmother had been a storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and mystery that had ignited Asha's curiosity and set her on a path of discovery. But the path had not been easy. Asha had faced countless trials, each one testing her resolve and her belief in the stories she had grown up with. She had crossed deserts and climbed mountains, delved into forgotten ruins and deciphered cryptic texts. And now, she had come to the bazaar, the place where all paths converged, hoping to find the answers she sought. Asha's steps led her to a stall unlike any other. It was tucked away in a quiet corner of the bazaar, its frame made of dark wood and draped in black silk. The merchant behind the stall was a woman with silver hair and eyes that seemed to hold the night itself. Her name was Celine, and she was known as the Keeper of Shadows. The stall was empty, save for a single object, a mirror, its surface dark and rippling like water. Asha felt a pull toward the mirror, a sense that it held something she had been searching for. Celine watched her with a knowing smile. "You have come far, seeker," she said. "The mirror will show you what you seek, but it will not give you answers. It will only show you the questions you must ask." Asha hesitated, her hand hovering over the mirror's frame. She had spent years searching for answers, chasing shadows and fragments of truth. But now, standing before the mirror, she realized that she was afraid not of the questions, but of what they might reveal. She took a deep breath and touched the mirror. The world around Asha dissolved, and she found herself standing in a place of darkness and light. Shadows danced around her, shifting and changing like living beings. They whispered to her, their voices soft and melodic, speaking in languages she could not understand. The shadows began to form shapes, each one a fragment of a story. She saw her grandmother, sitting by the fire, her voice weaving tales of wonder and mystery. She saw herself as a child, wide-eyed and full of curiosity, listening to the stories that had shaped her journey. She saw the trials she had faced, the moments of doubt and fear, and the choices she had made. But she also saw something else, something she had not expected. She saw the faces of the people she had met along the way, the lives she had touched and the connections she had formed. She saw the ways her journey had shaped not just her own story, but the stories of others. The shadows whispered to her, their voices growing louder. The truth is not a destination, seeker. It is a journey. To find it, you must be willing to face the shadows within yourself. Asha felt a lump in her throat. She thought of the stories her grandmother had told her, the spark of curiosity that had driven her to seek the shadow keepers. She thought of the hardships she had faced, the doubts and fears that had haunted her. And she thought of the moments of connection and wonder that had made the journey worthwhile. "I'm ready," she said finally. "I'm ready to face the shadows." The shadows swirled around her, their whispers growing quiet. Asha felt a sense of clarity and purpose, a sense that she had found what she had been searching for. When Asha opened her eyes, she was back in the bazaar. The stall of shadows was gone, and Celine was nowhere to be seen. But the mirror remained, its surface dark and rippling like water. Asha looked into the mirror, and for the first time, she saw herself not as a seeker, but as a storyteller, a weaver of shadows and light. She realized that the journey was not about finding answers, it was about finding herself, and sharing the stories that had shaped her journey. She left the bazaar that day, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. The Timeless Bazaar had given her a gift, a glimpse of the infinite possibilities that lay within her. And as she stepped into the golden light, she knew that she was ready to face whatever lay ahead. Idris arrived at the Timeless Bazaar with nothing but a name he could not remember. He had wandered the world for years, searching for the fragments of his identity, piecing together memories that felt like shards of glass. He was a man adrift, a soul unmoored, and the bazaar was his last hope. The bazaar was alive with color and sound, its stalls overflowing with treasures from every corner of existence. Idris moved through the crowd like a ghost, his eyes scanning the faces of the merchants and travelers, searching for something he could not name. He felt a pull, a whisper in the back of his mind, guiding him toward a stall at the edge of the bazaar. The stall was simple, unadorned, and yet it seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. Behind the stall stood a woman with hair like spun gold and eyes that seemed to hold the weight of eternity. Her name was Amara, and she was the keeper of lost names. The stall was filled with objects, books, trinkets, and scrolls, each one inscribed with a name. Idris felt his heart quicken as he approached, his gaze drawn to a small, weathered book bound in black leather. He reached for it, but Amara's voice stopped him. "Not yet," she said, her tone gentle but firm. "The book will reveal your name, but only when you are ready to remember." Idris hesitated, his hand hovering over the book. He had spent years searching for his name, for the truth of who he was. But now, standing before the stall, he realized that he was afraid not of the name itself, but of what it might reveal. Amara watched him with a knowing gaze. "The journey to find your name is not about the name itself," she said. "It is about the story that led you here. Are you ready to face that story?" Idris nodded, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm ready." Amara opened the book, and the world around Idris dissolved. He found himself standing in a place of light and shadow, a place where memories danced like fireflies. The book began to glow, its pages turning on their own, revealing fragments of a story that was his own. He saw himself as a child, running through fields of golden wheat, his laughter echoing in the air. He saw his family, their faces filled with love and warmth, and he felt a pang of longing. He saw the day he had left his home, driven by a desire to explore the world, to find his place among the stars. But he also saw the moments of loss, the day he had been separated from his family, the day he had lost his way. He saw the choices he had made, the paths he had taken, and the people he had met along the way. He saw the ways his journey had shaped him, the ways he had grown and changed. And then, he saw the name he had lost, the name that had been hidden in the depths of his soul. It was a name that carried the weight of his story, a name that held the essence of who he was. Idris felt tears streaming down his face as he whispered the name. It was like a key turning in a lock, a door opening to a place he had thought he would never find. He felt a sense of clarity and purpose, a sense that he had found what he had been searching for. When Idris opened his eyes, he was back in the bazaar. The book was still in Amara's hands, its pages glowing softly. She closed the book and handed it to him, her expression gentle. "Your name is your story," she said. "It is not just a word, it is a reflection of the journey that brought you here. Carry it with you, and let it guide you." Idris took the book, his heart filled with gratitude. He felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, as if he had been given a second chance. The bazaar had given him a gift, a name, a story, and a sense of belonging. He left the bazaar that day, the book clutched tightly in his hands. He knew that his journey was far from over, but he also knew that he was no longer lost. He had found his name, and with it, he had found himself. Idris left the Timeless Bazaar with the book of his name tucked safely under his arm. The weight of it was both comforting and daunting, as though it carried not just his identity but the responsibility of living up to the story it told. The bazaar faded into the distance behind him, its vibrant chaos replaced by the quiet expanse of the open road. But Idris was no longer the same man who had arrived there. He was no longer a wanderer without a name. He was Idris, the keeper of his own story. The road led Idris to the Valley of Echoes, a place where the air shimmered with the voices of the past. Travelers avoided the valley, for it was said that the echoes could trap a person in their own memories, forcing them to relive their regrets and mistakes. But Idris felt a pull toward the valley, a sense that it was a place he needed to face. As he entered the valley, the air grew heavy, and the whispers began. At first, they were faint, like the rustling of leaves, but soon they grew louder, forming words and phrases that Idris recognized. They were his own thoughts, his own doubts and fears, spoken back to him in a chorus of voices. "You left them behind," one voice said, sharp and accusing. "You'll never find your way back." Another whispered, cold and certain. "You don't deserve the name you carry." A third voice hissed, filled with venom. Idris stopped in his tracks, his heart pounding. The voices were relentless, each one striking at the core of his insecurities. He clutched the book of his name, its leather cover warm against his palm, and took a deep breath. "I hear you," he said aloud, his voice steady despite the storm of whispers. "I hear my doubts, my fears, my regrets. But they are not the whole of me. They are part of my story, but they do not define it." The echoes faltered, their voices growing softer. Idris opened the book and turned its pages, letting the light of his story shine into the valley. The whispers faded, replaced by a deep, resonant silence. Idris felt a sense of peace wash over him, a sense that he had passed the first test of his journey. Beyond the valley lay a river, its surface as smooth and reflective as glass. Spanning the river was a narrow bridge, its planks worn and weathered. As Idris stepped onto the bridge, he saw his reflection in the water below. But it was not the reflection he expected. The figure in the water was not Idris as he was now, but Idris as he had been, a man lost and wandering, his eyes filled with uncertainty. The reflection spoke, its voice echoing in the stillness. "Why did you leave?" it asked. "Why did you abandon the people who loved you?" Idris felt a pang of guilt, the weight of his past choices pressing down on him. He had left his family, his home, in search of something he could not name. He had thought he was chasing freedom, but now he wondered if he had been running away. "I left because I was afraid," Idris admitted, his voice trembling. "Afraid of being trapped, of not living up to the expectations placed on me. I thought I needed to find myself out there, in the world. But I see now that I was running from myself." The reflection nodded, its expression softening. "And now?" it asked. "What will you do with what you found?" Idris looked down at the book in his hands, its pages filled with the story of his journey. "I will return," he said. I will face the people I left behind. I will share my story with them, and I will listen to theirs. I will try to make amends, and I will carry my name with honor." The reflection smiled, and the water rippled, erasing the image. Idris crossed the bridge, his steps lighter, his heart steadier. The road eventually led Idris back to the place he had once called home, a village nestled in a valley, its fields golden with wheat. The sight of it filled him with a mix of joy and apprehension. He had been gone for so long, and he did not know how he would be received. As he entered the village, the people turned to look at him, their faces a mixture of surprise and recognition. Among them was an elderly woman with kind eyes and a warm smile, his mother. She stepped forward, her hands trembling, and placed them on his face. "Idris," she said, her voice thick with emotion, "you've come back." "I have," Idris said, his own voice breaking. "I've come back to share my story, and to hear yours." The villagers gathered around him, their curiosity and warmth washing over him like a tide. Idris opened the book of his name and began to speak, weaving the tale of his journey, his trials, and the lessons he had learned. As he spoke, he felt a sense of connection, a sense that his story was not just his own, but part of a larger tapestry. In the days that followed, Idris became a storyteller, a keeper of the village's history and its dreams. He listened to the stories of others, weaving them into the fabric of his own. The book of his name grew heavier, its pages filling with the tales of the people he loved. Idris had found his name, but more importantly, he had found his place in the world. He was no longer a wanderer, no longer a man lost and searching. He was Idris, the keeper of stories, and his journey was far from over. Idris's life in the village became a tapestry of connection and purpose. Each day, he would sit beneath the great oak tree in the center of the village, the book of his name resting on his lap, its pages now brimming with stories. Villagers of all ages came to him, drawn by his gift for weaving words into magic. They shared their joys and sorrows, their triumphs and failures, and Idris listened with an open heart. He learned that storytelling was not just about words, it was about understanding, about holding space for others to be seen and heard. As he listened, he realized that every story, no matter how small, was a thread in the fabric of the village's collective identity. And as he told his own story, he found that it resonated with others, that his journey of loss and rediscovery mirrored their own struggles and triumphs. One day, Idris proposed an idea to the village elders, a festival of names, a celebration where every villager would share the story behind their name. The elders were intrigued, and soon the entire village was buzzing with excitement as preparations began. On the day of the festival, the village square was transformed into a vibrant gathering place, filled with music, laughter, and the aroma of freshly baked bread. At the center of it all was Idris, his book open and his voice steady as he invited each villager to step forward and share their story. One by one they came. A farmer named Leora spoke of how her name meant light, and how she had carried that light through the darkest days of her life. A young boy named Kale shared how his name had been passed down through generations, a symbol of resilience and strength. An elder named Saren revealed that her name meant peace, and how she had spent her life striving to embody that meaning. As each story was told, Idris wrote it down in his book, adding to the growing collection of names and their meanings. By the end of the festival, the book was overflowing with the stories of the village, a testament to the richness of their shared history. Years passed, and Idris's role as the keeper of stories became central to the life of the village. But as much as he loved his home, he began to feel a familiar pull, the call of the open road, the desire to hear the stories of the wider world. He knew that his journey was not over, that there were still countless names and stories waiting to be discovered. One evening, as the sun set over the fields, Idris gathered the villagers beneath the great oak tree. He told them of his decision to leave, to carry the book of names beyond the boundaries of the village and into the unknown. The villagers were saddened but understanding, for they knew that Idris's gift was meant to be shared. His mother embraced him, her eyes filled with pride. "You are a storyteller, Idris," she said, "and the world needs your stories." Idris set out the next morning, the book of names tucked safely in his satchel. The road stretched before him, winding through forests and mountains, cities and deserts. Everywhere he went, he listened to the stories of the people he met, their names, their journeys, their dreams, and added them to his book. Over time, the book became more than a collection of names. It became a map of humanity, a testament to the interconnectedness of all people. Idris realized that every name, every story, was a thread in the vast tapestry of existence, and that his role was to honor and preserve those threads. Years later, when Idris's own journey came to an end, the Book of Names was passed on to another, a young traveler who had come to the Timeless Bazaar in search of their own identity. Idris's legacy lived on, not just in the book, but in the countless lives he had touched and the stories he had shared. And so, the Keeper of Stories became a story himself, a name whispered in the hearts of those who had known him. Idris's journey was complete, but the story of names and their meanings continued, carried forward by those who understood the power of a name and the beauty of a story. Story 3.
The roots of the world tree stretched endlessly, a labyrinth of gnarled wood and ancient power that burrowed deep into the earth. Above, its canopy spanned the heavens, blotting out the sun in some places and casting the world below into perpetual twilight. The tree was not merely a living thing, it was a force of nature, a god in its own right. Its roots pierced through mountains, rivers, and oceans, and its branches cradled the clouds. To those who lived beneath its shadow, it was known as Arendralis, the Eternal One. Far below the surface, where sunlight was a distant memory, lay the city of Nithralis, a sprawling subterranean metropolis built into the very roots of Arendralis. The city was a marvel of engineering and magic, its architecture seamlessly blending with the living wood of the roots. Bioluminescent fungi clung to the walls, casting a soft, ethereal glow that illuminated the streets. Rivers of sap, golden and warm, flowed through the city like veins, providing both light and sustenance to its inhabitants. The people of Nithralis, known as the Rootbound, had lived beneath the world tree for generations. They were a hardy and resourceful people, their culture deeply intertwined with the tree that sheltered them. They believed that Arendralis was a living deity, and they were its chosen stewards. Every aspect of their lives revolved around the tree. Its sap was their lifeblood, its roots their foundation, and its whispers their guide. For the world tree did whisper. Its voice was a low, resonant hum that could be felt more than heard, a vibration that echoed through the roots and into the hearts of the rootbound. The elders claimed that the whispers were the thoughts of Arendralis itself, a language of ancient wisdom that only the most attuned could understand. The Rootbound called these interpreters the Whisper Keepers, and they were revered as the spiritual leaders of Nithralis. At the heart of the city stood the Sapspire, a towering structure carved directly into one of the largest roots. The Sapspire was both a temple and a council hall, its walls inscribed with glowing runes that pulsed in time with the whispers of the tree. It was here that the Whisper Keepers gathered to commune with Arendralis and interpret its will. On this particular day, the Sapspire was abuzz with activity. The whispers had grown louder in recent weeks, their tone shifting from the usual calm resonance to something more urgent. The Rootbound had noticed changes in the city as well. The sap rivers flowed more erratically, the bioluminescent fungi dimmed and brightened unpredictably, and the roots themselves seemed to tremble as if in pain. In the center of the Sapspire, a young Whisper Keeper named Kalen knelt before the great root, his hands pressed against its warm, pulsing surface. Kalen was one of the most gifted Whisper Keepers of his generation, his connection to Arendralis unusually strong. As he closed his eyes and focused, the whispers grew clearer, forming words in his mind. Danger, beneath, awaken. Kalen's eyes snapped open, his heart pounding. The whispers were fragmented, but their meaning was unmistakable. Something was stirring deep beneath the roots, something that threatened not only Nithralis, but perhaps the world tree itself. He rose to his feet and turned to face the Council of Elders, who watched him with expectant eyes. "The Eternal One speaks of danger," Kalen said, his voice steady despite the unease he felt. "Something stirs in the depths, something that must not awaken." The elders exchanged worried glances. The eldest among them, a woman named Irindra, stepped forward. Her face was lined with age, and her eyes glowed faintly with the light of the tree's sap. "If the Eternal One warns of danger, we must act swiftly," she said. "Kalen, you are the most attuned to its whispers. You will lead an expedition to the lower roots to uncover the source of this disturbance." Kalen hesitated. The lower roots were a perilous place, a dark and uncharted expanse where the roots of Arendralis intertwined with the bedrock of the earth. Few who ventured there ever returned. But he knew he could not refuse. The whispers had chosen him, and he would not turn away from his duty. "I will go," he said, his voice firm. "But I will need a team." Irindra nodded. "Choose wisely. The fate of Nithralis and perhaps the Eternal One itself may rest in your hands." As Kalen left the sapspire, his mind raced with questions. What could be stirring in the depths? What danger could threaten a being as vast and powerful as Arendralis? And why had the whispers chosen him for this task? He would find his answers soon enough. For better or worse, the journey to the lower roots was about to begin. Kalen stepped out of the sapspire and into the bustling streets of Nithralis. The city was alive with activity, but there was an undercurrent of unease in the air. The whispers of Arendralis had not gone unnoticed by the people, and rumors of impending danger spread like wildfire. The bioluminescent fungi that lined the streets flickered erratically, casting shadows that danced like restless spirits. Even the sap rivers, usually steady and calming, seemed to pulse with agitation. Kalen knew he had little time to waste. If the whispers were correct, the danger beneath the roots was growing, and every moment of delay could bring them closer to disaster. He needed a team people he could trust to venture into the depths with him. The lower roots were treacherous, filled with twisting tunnels, unstable ground, and creatures that had adapted to the eternal darkness. It was not a place for the faint of heart. His first stop was the Sap Forge, a workshop where the city's finest craftsmen and warriors gathered. The Sap Forge was built into one of the larger roots, its walls reinforced with living wood and glowing runes. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of sap and the sound of hammering. Weapons and tools made from the hardened bark of Arendralis lined the walls, their surfaces shimmering with faint golden light. Kalen approached a tall, broad-shouldered man who was sharpening a blade made of root steel, a rare and durable material harvested from the tree itself. The man looked up and grinned when he saw Kalen. "Well, if it isn't the Whisper Keeper," he said, his voice booming. "What brings you to the Sap Forge, Kalen? Need a new staff?" "Not today, the Rick," Kalen replied. "I need your strength. The whispers have spoken of danger in the lower roots, and I've been tasked with finding its source. I need someone who can handle themselves in a fight." Theric's grin faded, replaced by a look of determination. "The lower roots, huh? Dangerous place. But if the Eternal One needs us, I'm in. You'll need more than just me, though." "I know," Kalen said. "I have others in mind." The Rick nodded and slung the root steel blade over his shoulder. "Lead the way, Whisper Keeper. Let's find them." The next stop was the Glow Market, a bustling marketplace where traders and artisans sold their wares. The Glow Market was lit by clusters of bioluminescent fungi, their colors ranging from soft blues to vibrant greens. The air was filled with the hum of conversation and the scent of sap-based delicacies. Kalen scanned the crowd until he spotted a familiar figure, a woman with short, dark hair and sharp eyes, her movements quick and precise as she bartered with a merchant. Her name was Lyra, and she was one of the most skilled scouts in Nithralis. She had spent years mapping the upper roots and was one of the few people who had ventured into the lower roots and returned to tell the tale. Lyra, Kalen called out as he approached. She turned, her expression wary at first, but it softened when she recognized him. Kalen. What's going on? The whispers have spoken of danger in the depths, he said. I'm leading an expedition to the lower roots, and I need your expertise. Lyra frowned, her sharp eyes narrowing. The lower roots? You know how dangerous that place is. What kind of danger are we talking about? I don't know yet, Kalen admitted. But the Eternal One's whispers are urgent. Whatever it is, it's serious. Lyra sighed and crossed her arms. I swore I'd never go back down there. But if the Eternal One needs us, I'll go. Just don't expect me to enjoy it. Kalen smiled. I wouldn't dream of it. With the Rick and Lyra by his side, Kalen felt a little more confident. But he still needed one more person, someone who could navigate the magical currents of the lower roots and protect the team from the arcane dangers that lurked there. For that, he needed Aaron, a gifted mage who specialized in root magic. Aaron lived in a quiet corner of the city, her home built into a hollowed-out root that pulsed with faint golden light. When Kalen knocked on her door, it opened almost immediately, as if she had been expecting him. Aaron was a slight woman with pale skin and hair that shimmered like the sap rivers. Her eyes glowed faintly, a sign of her deep connection to Arendralis. Kalen, she said, her voice soft but firm. The whispers have been restless. I knew you would come. You felt it too, Kalen said. The Eternal One speaks of danger in the depths. I need your help to uncover the source. Aaron nodded, her expression calm but serious. The lower roots are a place of great power and great peril. I will go with you, but you must understand, the magic there is unpredictable. It will test us in ways we cannot foresee. I understand, Kalen said. But I have no choice. The Eternal One has chosen me for this task. Then I will stand by your side, Aaron said. Let us prepare. With his team assembled, Kalen felt a mix of relief and apprehension. The Rick, Lyra, and Aaron were all skilled and capable, but the lower roots were an unknown frontier, and the danger they faced was still a mystery. As they gathered supplies and prepared for the journey, Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that the whispers had only revealed a fraction of the truth. The expedition would begin at dawn, when the sap rivers were at their calmest and the whispers were clearest. As Kalen lay in his quarters that night, listening to the hum of the tree, he closed his eyes and tried to focus on the whispers. But instead of words, he felt a deep, resonant pulse warning, a heartbeat, a call to action. Something was waiting for them in the depths. And whatever it was waking up. At dawn, the team gathered at the root gate, a massive archway carved into one of the larger roots that marked the entrance to the lower roots. The root gate was ancient, its surface inscribed with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. Beyond the gate lay a twisting network of tunnels that descended deep into the earth, a place where the whispers of Arendralis grew louder and more chaotic. Kalen stood at the front of the group, his staff in hand. The staff was made of living wood, its surface warm to the touch and pulsing faintly with the energy of the tree. It was both a tool and a symbol of his role as a whisper keeper, a conduit for the whispers of Arendralis. The Rick adjusted the straps on his armor, which was made of hardened bark reinforced with root steel. His blade hung at his side, its edge gleaming in the soft light. Ready as I'll ever be, he said, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. Lyra checked her gear, her movements quick and precise. She carried a bow made of flexible rootwood and a quiver of arrows tipped with sapstone, a material that glowed faintly and could pierce even the toughest hide. "Let's get this over with," she muttered, her tone sharp but resolute. Erin stood quietly, her hands resting on a small pouch of sap crystals that hung from her belt. The crystals were a source of magical energy, their glow shifting in response to her touch. She closed her eyes for a moment, her lips moving silently as she communed with the whispers. When she opened her eyes, they glowed brighter than before. "The magic here is restless," she said. "We must tread carefully." Kaelin nodded and turned to face the root gate. "The Eternal One has chosen us for this task," he said, his voice firm. "Whatever lies in the depths, we will face it together." With that, he stepped through the gate, and the others followed. The tunnels beyond the root gate were dark and winding, their walls lined with roots that pulsed faintly with golden light. The air was thick and humid, carrying the scent of sap and earth. The whispers of Arendralis grew louder as they descended, a low hum that resonated in their bones. It was both comforting and unsettling, a reminder of the tree's presence and its power. As they moved deeper into the lower roots, the light from the bioluminescent fungi grew dimmer, and the tunnels became narrower and more uneven. The ground was slick with sap, and the walls seemed to close in around them. The team moved cautiously, their senses alert for any sign of danger. After several hours of descent, they reached a wide chamber where the roots twisted together in intricate patterns, forming arches and columns that looked almost like the architecture of a cathedral. The chamber was filled with a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the roots themselves. "This place is incredible," the Rick said, his voice echoing in the chamber. "It's like the tree built it on purpose." "It's not just a tree," Erin said, her voice hushed. "The magic here is strong. It's shaping the roots, guiding them." Kaelin stepped forward, his staff glowing faintly as he touched one of the roots. The whispers grew clearer in his mind, forming fragmented words and images. He saw flashes of movement, shadows in the darkness, and a deep, resonant pulse that felt like the heartbeat of the earth itself. "Awaken, danger, protect." Kaelin's grip tightened on his staff. "The Eternal One is warning us. Something is stirring here, something powerful." Before he could say more, a sudden noise echoed through the chamber, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from all directions at once. The team froze, their eyes scanning the shadows for the source of the sound. "Something's here," Lyra said, her voice tense. She knocked an arrow and aimed her bow at the darkness. The growl grew louder, and the shadows seemed to shift and ripple. Then, from the far end of the chamber, a massive creature emerged. It was unlike anything they had ever seen, its body a twisted amalgamation of root and stone, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, its movements causing the ground to tremble. "What in the name of the Eternal One is that?" the Rick said, drawing his blade. "It's a guardian," Erin said, her voice filled with awe and fear. "A creature born of the tree's magic, meant to protect the lower roots. But something's wrong, it's corrupted." The creature let out a deafening roar and charged toward them, its massive limbs tearing through the roots as it moved. The team scattered, each of them reacting instinctively. The Rig met the creature head-on, his blade flashing as he struck at its limbs. The root steel blade bit into the creature's flesh, but it seemed to barely notice, its movements relentless. Lyra moved to higher ground, her arrows flying with precision. Each arrow struck the creature's glowing eyes, but instead of weakening it, the light seemed to grow brighter, its movements more frenzied. Erin raised her hands, her voice rising in a chant as she called upon the magic of the sap crystals. A barrier of golden light formed around the team, slowing the creature's advance, but not stopping it entirely. Kaelin stood at the center of the group, his staff glowing brightly as he focused on the whispers. He felt the pulse of the tree's energy, the rhythm of its heartbeat, and the urgency of its warning. The creature was not their enemy, it was a symptom of something deeper, something darker. "We can't fight it," Kaelin shouted. "It's not the source of the danger, it's a warning." Then what do we do? The Rick shouted back, dodging a massive swipe from the creature's limb. Kalen closed his eyes and focused on the whispers, letting them guide him. He felt a pull, a direction, a path that led deeper into the roots. "We have to go deeper," he said. "Follow me." The team hesitated for a moment, but they trusted Kalen's connection to the Eternal One. As he moved toward the far end of the chamber, the others followed, their movements quick and coordinated. The creature roared again, its corrupted energy surging as it tried to block their path. But Aaron's barrier held, and the Rick and Lyra worked together to distract it, their attacks drawing its attention away from Kalen. With a final burst of energy, the team reached a narrow tunnel that led deeper into the roots. As they entered, the creature let out a furious roar, but it did not follow. The tunnel was too small for its massive form, and the team was safe for now. As they caught their breath, Kalen felt the whispers grow stronger, their urgency undeniable. Whatever lay ahead, it was the true source of the danger. And it was waiting for them. The tunnel twisted and turned, narrowing in places until the team had to crouch to pass through. The air grew colder, and the golden glow of the roots dimmed, replaced by an eerie, bluish light that seemed to seep from the walls themselves. The whispers of Arendralis were louder here, their tone shifting from urgency to something darker, an undercurrent of fear. Kalen led the way, his staff glowing faintly as he followed the pull of the whispers. He could feel the energy of the tree coursing through the roots, but it was disrupted, fractured. Something was interfering with the natural flow of magic, and the deeper they went, the stronger the disruption became. Behind him, the Rick kept his blade at the ready, his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. "I don't like this," he muttered. "Feels like we're walking into a trap." "We might be," Lyra said, her voice low. "But we don't have a choice. The Eternal One wouldn't send us here without a reason." Aaron was silent, her focus on the shifting currents of magic around them. She could feel the tension in the air, the way the energy seemed to coil and writhe like a living thing. "The magic here is unstable," she said finally. "It's not just disrupted, it's corrupted. Something is twisting it, bending it to its will." Kalen stopped suddenly, his staff glowing brighter as the whispers surged in his mind. He felt a deep, resonant pulsate heartbeat, but not the familiar rhythm of Arendralis. This was something else, something alien. "We're close," he said. "I can feel it." The tunnel opened into a vast cavern, its walls lined with roots that pulsed with a sickly blue light. At the center of the cavern was a massive vein of dark, crystalline material that seemed to throb with energy. The vein was embedded in the roots, its surface jagged and unnatural. The whispers of Arendralis were chaotic here, fragmented and distorted, as if the tree itself was in pain. "What is that?" the Rick asked, his voice filled with awe and dread. "It's not part of the tree," Aaron said, her eyes wide. "It's something else, something foreign. It's infecting the roots, spreading its corruption." Kalen stepped closer, his staff glowing brightly as he reached out to touch one of the roots near the vein. The whispers surged in his mind, forming fragmented images and words. He saw flashes of darkness, tendrils of energy spreading through the roots, and a presence, a consciousness that seemed to watch him from the shadows. Consume, spread, awaken. Kalen staggered back, his heart pounding. "It's alive," he said. "Whatever this is, it's not just a force, it's a being. And it's trying to take over the tree." Aaron moved closer, her hands glowing with golden light as she examined the vein. "It's feeding on the tree's energy, twisting it into something dark. If it's not stopped, it will spread to the entire tree and beyond." The Rick tightened his grip on his blade. "Then we stop it. Whatever it takes." Lyra scanned the cavern, her sharp eyes searching for any sign of movement. "We're not alone," she said. "I can feel it." As if in response to her words, the shadows at the edges of the cavern began to shift. Figures emerged, their forms twisted and unnatural. They were humanoid, but their bodies were covered in dark, crystalline growths that pulsed with the same sickly blue light as the vein. Their eyes glowed with malevolent energy, and their movements were jerky and unnatural. Corrupted, Aaron said, her voice filled with horror. They were once root-bound, but the corruption has taken them. The creatures let out a guttural growl and charged toward the team, their movements unnervingly fast. The Rick stepped forward, his blade flashing as he met the first attacker. The root steel blade cut through the crystalline growths, but the creature barely slowed, its movements relentless. Lyra fired her arrows with precision, each one striking a vital point. But the creatures seemed impervious to pain, their glowing eyes fixed on the team as they advanced. Erin raised her hands, her voice rising in a chant as she called upon the magic of the sap crystals. A wave of golden light surged forward, pushing the creatures back and slowing their advance. "I can hold them for a while," she said, her voice strained. "But the corruption is strong, it's fighting me." Kalen focused on the whispers, letting them guide him. He felt the pulse of the vein, the rhythm of its energy, and the presence of the consciousness that controlled it. "The vein is the source," he said. "If we destroy it, the corruption will weaken." "Then let's do it," the Rick said, cutting down another creature as it lunged at him. Kalen moved toward the vein, his staff glowing brightly as he channeled the energy of Arendralis. The whispers surged in his mind, forming a single, clear command: cleanse. He raised his staff and struck the vein, the impact sending a shockwave of energy through the cavern. The vein pulsed violently, its surface cracking as the golden light of the staff clashed with the sickly blue energy. The creatures let out a deafening roar, their movements growing more frantic as the vein began to collapse. Aaron's magic surged, forming a barrier that protected the team from the chaotic energy. The Rick and Lyra fought off the remaining creatures, their movements quick and coordinated. With a final burst of energy, the vein shattered, its fragments dissolving into the air. The blue light faded, replaced by the warm, golden glow of the roots. The creatures collapsed, their crystalline growths crumbling into dust. The cavern was silent, the whispers of Arendralis calm and steady once more. Kalen lowered his staff, his body trembling with exhaustion. "It's done," he said. "The corruption is gone." Erin stepped forward, her hands glowing faintly as she examined the roots. "The tree is healing," she said. "But it will take time." The damage was deep. The Rick sheathed his blade, his expression grim. "What was that thing? How did it get here?" Kalen shook his head. "I don't know. But whatever it wasn't natural. It was something ancient, something that doesn't belong here." Lyra looked around the cavern, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "We need to report this to the elders. They need to know what's down here." Kalen nodded. "The Eternal One guided us here for a reason. We've stopped the corruption, but we need to understand what caused it and how to prevent it from happening again." As the team began their ascent back to Nithralis, Kalen felt the whispers of Arendralis grow stronger, their tone shifting from relief to gratitude. The tree was alive, and it was healing. But the danger was not over. The presence he had felt, the consciousness behind the corruption, was still out there, watching, waiting. And Kalen knew that this was only the beginning. The journey back to Nithralis was quieter than the descent. The team moved through the tunnels with a sense of urgency, but the weight of what they had encountered hung heavily in the air. The whispers of Arendralis were calm now, their tone soothing, but Kalen could still feel the faint echo of the presence they had faced, a shadow lingering at the edges of his mind. The Rick walked beside him, his blade sheathed, but his hand resting on the hilt. "You felt it, didn't you?" he asked, his voice low. "That thing, it wasn't destroyed. It's still out there." Kalen nodded, his grip tightening on his staff. It was more than just corruption. It was intelligent, deliberate. It wanted to consume the tree, to use its power for something else. Lyra, who was scouting ahead, paused and turned back to them. If it's still out there, it's only a matter of time before it tries again. We need to be ready. Erin walked silently, her hands resting on the pouch of sap crystals at her belt. She had been quiet since the vein had shattered, her focus inward. Finally, she spoke, her voice soft but steady. The magic we faced wasn't just corrupted, it was foreign. It didn't belong to this world. I've never felt anything like it before. Kalen looked at her, his expression thoughtful. Do you think it came from outside the tree? Outside Nithralis? Erin hesitated, then nodded. I think it came from far beyond. The energy was ancient, older than the tree itself. It felt hungry, like it was searching for something. The team fell silent, the weight of her words sinking in. The world tree was the heart of their world, its roots stretching across the land and its magic sustaining life. If something could threaten the tree, it could threaten everything. As they emerged from the tunnels and stepped into the light of the upper roots, the golden glow of Arendralis surrounded them, warm and comforting. The whispers were stronger here, their tone filled with gratitude and relief. The team paused for a moment, letting the energy of the tree wash over them. Kalen closed his eyes, his staff glowing faintly as he communed with the whispers. He felt the tree's gratitude, its relief at being freed from the corruption. But he also felt its concern, its awareness of the lingering threat. The Eternal One was watching, guiding, but even its power was not infinite. We need to speak to the elders, Kalen said finally, his voice firm. They need to know what we've found and what we've faced. The team made their way to the Council Grove, a sacred space where the elders of Nithralis gathered to commune with the Eternal One and make decisions for the rootbound. The grove was a place of beauty and power, its floor covered in soft moss and its walls formed by the intertwining roots of the tree. At the center of the grove was the heart root, a massive, glowing root that pulsed with the energy of Arendralis. The elders were already gathered, their expressions serious as they listened to the whispers of the tree. When the team entered, the elders turned to them, their eyes filled with curiosity and concern. Kalen stepped forward, his staff glowing brightly as he addressed the council. Elders, we have returned from the lower roots. The corruption has been cleansed, but the danger is far from over. He described the vein, the creatures, and the presence they had felt, the consciousness behind the corruption. The elders listened intently, their expressions growing more grave with each word. When Kalen finished, Elder Mirren, the oldest and most respected of the council, stepped forward. Her staff, carved from the heart root itself, glowed with a soft, golden light. What you have faced is unlike anything we have encountered before, she said, her voice steady. The corruption you describe is not of this world. It is a threat to the tree and to all life. Elder Thalos, a younger but equally wise member of the council, spoke next. If this presence is still out there, we must find it and stop it before it can strike again. The tree's magic is strong, but it is not invulnerable. Kalen nodded. The Eternal One guided us to the vein, but it also warned us of something deeper. This presence is ancient, powerful, and patient. It will not stop until it has consumed the tree. Elder Mirren's expression was thoughtful. The Eternal One has chosen you for this task, Kalen. You and your team have proven yourselves capable and brave. But this threat is greater than any of us. We must seek knowledge beyond the tree, beyond Nithralis. Erin stepped forward, her voice steady. The energy we faced felt foreign, as if it came from another realm. If we are to understand it, we must look beyond our world. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions filled with both determination and uncertainty. Finally, Elder Mirren spoke. There is a place where knowledge of other realms may be found, a place where the boundaries between worlds are thin. It is dangerous, but it may hold the answers we seek. Kalen's heart quickened. Where is this place? Elder Mirren's gaze was steady. The Veil Spire, a tower that stands at the edge of the world. It is said to be a gateway to other realms, a place where the barriers between worlds are weakest. But it is also a place of great peril, guarded by forces we do not fully understand. The Rick stepped forward, his expression resolute. If that's where we need to go, then we'll go. Whatever it takes. Lyra nodded, her sharp eyes filled with determination. We've faced danger before. We can face it again. Erin's gaze was thoughtful, but she nodded as well. The Veil Spire may hold the answers we need. If the Eternal One wills it, we will find them. Kalen looked at the elders, his staff glowing brightly. We will go to the Veil Spire. We will find the answers. And we will protect the tree. Elder Mirren placed a hand on his shoulder, her expression filled with both pride and concern. May the Eternal One guide you, Kalen. The fate of the tree and of our world rests in your hands. As the team left the Council Grove, the whispers of Arendralis surrounded them, calm and steady. The tree was alive, and it was healing. But the shadow of the presence they had faced lingered, a reminder of the danger that lay ahead. The Veil Spire awaited, its secrets hidden in the mists of the unknown. And Kalen knew that their journey was far from over. The journey to the Veil Spire began at dawn, the golden light of Arendralis illuminating the forest as the team prepared to leave Nithralis. The whispers of the tree were calm but steady, a constant reminder of the task ahead. Kalen felt the weight of the Eternal One's guidance, its presence a quiet strength in his mind. The Rick adjusted the straps of his armor, his blade gleaming in the morning light. The Veil Spire, he said, his voice thoughtful. I've heard stories about it. None of them good. Lyra tightened her bowstring, her sharp eyes scanning the horizon. It's said to be cursed, a place where the boundaries between worlds are thin. People who go there don't always come back. Erin placed a hand on the pouch of sap crystals at her belt, her expression calm but resolute. If the answers we need are there, then we have no choice. The Eternal One wouldn't send us if it wasn't necessary. Kalen nodded, his staff glowing faintly. The Veil Spire is dangerous, but it's also a place of power. If we're careful, we can find what we need and return. The team set out, their path winding through the dense forest that surrounded Nithralis. The golden glow of the roots faded as they moved farther from the tree, replaced by the soft light of the sun filtering through the leaves. The whispers of Arendralis grew quieter, their presence a distant hum in Kalen's mind. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, but there was an undercurrent of tension in the air. The team moved cautiously, their senses alert for any sign of danger. The corruption they had faced in the lower roots was gone, but the presence behind it was still out there, watching, waiting. As they traveled, Kalen felt the pull of the whispers guiding them, their tone steady and deliberate. The path to the Veil Spire was not marked on any map, but the Eternal One's guidance was clear. The team followed the pull of the whispers, their steps sure and purposeful. The forest began to change as they moved closer to the edge of the world. The trees grew taller and darker, their branches twisting in unnatural shapes. The air grew colder, and the light of the sun seemed dimmer, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The Rick tightened his grip on his blade, his eyes scanning the shadows. This place feels wrong, he said. Like it's watching us. Lyra nodded, her bow at the ready. The Veil Spire is close. I can feel it. Erin raised her hands, her voice rising in a soft chant as she called upon the magic of the sap crystals. A faint golden light surrounded the team, a protective barrier against the darkness. The energy here is unstable, she said. The boundaries between worlds are thin. We need to be careful. Kalen felt the pull of the whispers grow stronger, their tone urgent. We're close, he said. The Veil Spire is just ahead. The forest opened into a clearing, and the Veil Spire came into view. It was a massive, ancient tower, its surface covered in dark, jagged stone that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. The tower stretched high into the sky, its top disappearing into the mist that surrounded it. The air was heavy with magic, the energy of the tower pulsing like a heartbeat. The team paused, their eyes fixed on the Veil Spire. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a place of power and danger. The whispers of Arendralis were strong here, their tone filled with both guidance and warning. The Rick stepped forward, his blade at the ready. "This is it," he said. "The Veil Spire." Lyra scanned the clearing, her sharp eyes searching for any sign of movement. "We're not alone," she said. "I can feel it." Aren raised her hands, her voice steady as she called upon the magic of the sap crystals. "The energy here is strong," she said. "It's pulling at the boundaries between worlds. We need to stay focused." Kalen felt the pull of the whispers guiding him, their tone clear and deliberate. "The answers we need are inside," he said. "But we need to be prepared. The Veil Spire is dangerous, and the presence we faced in the lower roots may be waiting for us." The team moved cautiously toward the tower, their senses alert for any sign of danger. The air grew colder as they approached, and the energy of the Veil Spire pulsed stronger, its rhythm resonating in Kalen's mind. As they reached the base of the tower, the whispers of Arendralis surged, their tone urgent. Kalen felt the presence of the Eternal One guiding him, its strength a quiet reassurance. He placed a hand on the dark stone of the tower, his staff glowing brightly as he communed with the energy of the Veil Spire. The whispers formed a single, clear command: "Enter." Kalen turned to the team, his expression resolute. "The Eternal One is guiding us. We need to go inside." The Rick tightened his grip on his blade, his expression grim. "Whatever's in there, we'll face it together." Lyra nodded, her bow at the ready. "Let's do this." Aren raised her hands, her voice steady as she called upon the magic of the sap crystals. "The Veil Spire holds the answers we need. We'll find them." The team stepped into the tower, the darkness swallowing them as the energy of the Veil Spire surrounded them. The air was heavy with magic, the boundaries between worlds shifting and unstable. The whispers of Arendralis were strong here, their tone filled with both guidance and warning. The journey into the Veil Spire had begun, and Kalen knew that the answers they sought would not come easily. The presence they had faced in the lower roots was still out there, watching, waiting. And the Veil Spire held secrets that could change everything. The journey to the Veil Spire began at dawn, the golden light of Arendralis illuminating the forest as the team prepared to leave Nithralis. The whispers of the tree were calm but steady, a constant reminder of the task ahead. Kalen felt the weight of the Eternal One's guidance, its presence a quiet strength in his mind. The Rick adjusted the straps of his armor, his blade gleaming in the morning light. "The Veil Spire," he said, his voice thoughtful. "I've heard stories about it. None of them good." Lyra tightened her bowstring, her sharp eyes scanning the horizon. "It's said to be cursed, a place where the boundaries between worlds are thin. People who go there don't always come back." Aren placed a hand on the pouch of sap crystals at her belt, her expression calm but resolute. "If the answers we need are there, then we have no choice. The Eternal One wouldn't send us if it wasn't necessary." Kalen nodded, his staff glowing faintly. "The Veil Spire is dangerous, but it's also a place of power. If we're careful, we can find what we need and return." The team set out, their path winding through the dense forest that surrounded Nithralis. The golden glow of the roots faded as they moved farther from the tree, replaced by the soft light of the sun filtering through the leaves. The whispers of Arendralis grew quieter, their presence a distant hum in Kalen's mind. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, but there was an undercurrent of tension in the air. The team moved cautiously, their senses alert for any sign of danger. The corruption they had faced in the lower roots was gone, but the presence behind it was still out there, watching, waiting. As they traveled, Kaelin felt the pull of the whispers guiding them, their tone steady and deliberate. The path to the Veilspire was not marked on any map, but the Eternal One's guidance was clear. The team followed the pull of the whispers, their steps sure and purposeful. The forest began to change as they moved closer to the edge of the world. The trees grew taller and darker, their branches twisting in unnatural shapes. The air grew colder, and the light of the sun seemed dimmer, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The Rick tightened his grip on his blade, his eyes scanning the shadows. "This place feels wrong," he said. "Like it's watching us." Lyra nodded, her bow at the ready. "The Veilspire is close. I can feel it." Erin raised her hands, her voice rising in a soft chant as she called upon the magic of the sap crystals. A faint golden light surrounded the team, a protective barrier against the darkness. "The energy here is unstable," she said. "The boundaries between worlds are thin. We need to be careful." Kaelin felt the pull of the whispers grow stronger, their tone urgent. "We're close," he said. "The Veilspire is just ahead." The forest opened into a clearing, and the Veilspire came into view. It was a massive, ancient tower, its surface covered in dark, jagged stone that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. The tower stretched high into the sky, its top disappearing into the mist that surrounded it. The air was heavy with magic, the energy of the tower pulsing like a heartbeat. The team paused, their eyes fixed on the Veilspire. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a place of power and danger. The whispers of Arendralis were strong here, their tone filled with both guidance and warning. The Rick stepped forward, his blade at the ready. "This is it," he said. "The Veilspire." Lyra scanned the clearing, her sharp eyes searching for any sign of movement. "We're not alone," she said. "I can feel it." Erin raised her hands, her voice steady as she called upon the magic of the sap crystals. "The energy here is strong," she said. "It's pulling at the boundaries between worlds. We need to stay focused." Kaelin felt the pull of the whispers guiding him, their tone clear and deliberate. "The answers we need are inside," he said. "But we need to be prepared. The Veilspire is dangerous, and the presence we faced in the lower roots may be waiting for us." The team moved cautiously toward the tower, their senses alert for any sign of danger. The air grew colder as they approached, and the energy of the Veilspire pulsed stronger, its rhythm resonating in Kaelin's mind. As they reached the base of the tower, the whispers of Arendralis surged, their tone urgent. Kaelin felt the presence of the Eternal One guiding him, its strength a quiet reassurance. He placed a hand on the dark stone of the tower, his staff glowing brightly as he communed with the energy of the Veilspire. The whispers formed a single, clear command, "Enter." Kaelin turned to the team, his expression resolute. "The Eternal One is guiding us. We need to go inside." The Rick tightened his grip on his blade, his expression grim. "Whatever's in there, we'll face it together." Lyra nodded, her bow at the ready. "Let's do this." Erin raised her hands, her voice steady as she called upon the magic of the sap crystals. "The Veilspire holds the answers we need. We'll find them." The team stepped into the tower, the darkness swallowing them as the energy of the Veilspire surrounded them. The air was heavy with magic, the boundaries between worlds shifting and unstable. The whispers of Arendralis were strong here, their tone filled with both guidance and warning. The journey into the Veilspire had begun, and Kaelin knew that the answers they sought would not come easily. The presence they had faced in the lower roots was still out there, watching, waiting. And the Veilspire held secrets that could change everything. The chamber erupted with energy as the presence unleashed its power. Shadows coiled and writhed, forming tendrils that lashed out at the team. The air was thick with magic, the boundaries between worlds trembling under the strain. The whispers of Arendralis surged in Kalen's mind, their tone urgent and commanding. Kalen raised his staff, its light cutting through the darkness. "Hold your ground," he shouted. "The Eternal One is with us." The Rick charged forward, his blade gleaming as he struck at the tendrils. His movements were precise and powerful, each swing of his sword cutting through the shadowy forms. "You'll have to do better than that," he growled, his voice filled with determination. Lyra moved with the grace of a predator, her arrows flying true. Each shot struck the tendrils with unerring accuracy, the enchanted tips dispersing the shadows on impact. "Keep it distracted," she called. "We need to find its core." Aren stood at the center of the group, her hands glowing with the magic of the sap crystals. She chanted softly, her voice steady as she wove a protective barrier around the team. The golden light of the barrier pushed back the darkness, creating a safe space for the others to fight. "The presence is drawing power from the Veil Spire," she said. "We need to sever its connection." Kalen focused on the whispers of Arendralis, their tone guiding him. He could feel the presence's connection to the Veil Spire, a dark thread of energy that pulsed with power. "I can see it," he said. "The connection is at the heart of the tower. We need to reach it." The presence roared, its voice shaking the chamber. "You cannot stop me," it bellowed. "The power of the tree will be mine." The team pressed forward, their movements coordinated and precise. The Rick and Lyra kept the tendrils at bay, their attacks relentless. Aren maintained the protective barrier, her magic a steady source of light in the darkness. Kalen led the way, his staff glowing brightly as he followed the pull of the whispers. The chamber shifted around them, the walls twisting and warping as the presence tried to stop their advance. The runes on the floor flared with light, their energy surging as the team moved closer to the heart of the tower. The air grew colder, and the energy of the Veil Spire pulsed stronger, its rhythm resonating in Kalen's mind. At last, they reached the heart of the tower. The room was vast and circular, its walls covered in glowing runes that pulsed with energy. At the center of the room was a massive crystal, its surface dark and jagged. The crystal pulsed with the same dark energy as the presence, its rhythm matching the heartbeat of the Veil Spire. The presence appeared before the crystal, its form shifting and unstable. "You are too late," it said. "The power of the Veil Spire is mine, and the tree will fall." Kalen raised his staff, its light cutting through the darkness. "We will stop you," he said. "The Eternal One is with us." The presence roared, its voice filled with rage. It lashed out with tendrils of shadow, the energy of the Veil Spire surging as it attacked. The team fought back with everything they had, their weapons and magic striking true. Kalen focused on the whispers of Arendralis, their tone guiding him. He could feel the presence's connection to the crystal, a dark thread of energy that pulsed with power. "The crystal is the key," he shouted. "We need to destroy it." The Rick charged forward, his blade gleaming as he struck at the crystal. The impact sent a shockwave through the room, the energy of the Veil Spire surging in response. "It's working," he called. "Keep hitting it." Lyra fired a volley of arrows at the crystal, each shot striking with precision. The surface of the crystal cracked, its dark energy flickering. "We're breaking its hold," she said. "Keep going." Aren raised her hands, her voice rising in a powerful chant. The magic of the sap crystals surged, a beam of golden light striking the crystal. The cracks spread, the dark energy within the crystal faltering. "The connection is weakening," she said. "We're almost there." Kalen raised his staff, its light shining brightly. He called upon the power of the Eternal One, the whispers of Arendralis guiding him. A beam of pure light shot from his staff, striking the crystal with incredible force. The crystal shattered, its dark energy exploding outward in a wave of light. The presence screamed, its form dissolving as the connection to the Veil Spire was severed. The energy of the tower stabilized, the boundaries between worlds returning to normal. The whispers of Arendralis were calm, their tone filled with relief and gratitude. The team stood in the heart of the tower, their weapons and magic at the ready. The presence was gone, its power broken. The Veil Spire was silent, its energy no longer pulsing with darkness. Kalen lowered his staff, his expression calm. "It's over," he said. "The tree is safe."
Story 4.
The mountain rose like a titan from the earth, its jagged peaks clawing at the sky. To the outside world, it was known as Mount Solise, monolith of stone and shadow, its slopes barren and unwelcoming. Travelers who dared approach its base spoke of strange winds that whispered through the cracks in its surface, as though the mountain itself were alive. Few ventured close, and fewer still returned with tales worth telling. Mount Solise was a place of mystery, a place of silence, a place that seemed to guard its secrets of jealousy. But deep within its heart, hidden from the prying eyes of the world, lay a city unlike any other. The city of Luminara was a marvel of engineering and imagination, a sprawling metropolis carved into the hollowed-out core of the mountain. Its streets wound like veins through the stone, connecting towering spires and sprawling plazas. The air was warm and vibrant, filled with the hum of machinery and the chatter of its inhabitants. Above it all hung the artificial sun, a glowing orb suspended in the cavernous ceiling, its light bathing the city in perpetual day. It was powered by ancient technology, a relic of a forgotten age, and its brilliance was the lifeblood of Luminara. For centuries, the people of Luminara had lived in isolation, their existence hidden from the outside world. They were the descendants of the mountain's first settlers, a group of engineers and visionaries who had discovered the ancient technology buried within Mount Solise. They had harnessed its power to create a sanctuary, a place where they could thrive away from the chaos of the surface. Over time, their city had grown, its walls expanding to accommodate new generations. The technology that sustained them became the foundation of their society, revered as both a tool and a gift. But the secrets of the mountain were not without their dangers. At the heart of Luminara, beneath layers of stone and steel, lay the core, a massive, pulsating machine that powered the artificial sun and the city's many systems. It was ancient beyond comprehension, its design alien and inscrutable. The engineers who had first discovered it had managed to activate it, but they had never fully understood its workings. Over the years, the core had become a source of both wonder and fear. It was the heart of their civilization, but it was also a reminder of their fragility. If the core were to fail, the city would be plunged into darkness, and its people would be lost. Kale stood at the edge of the Grand Plaza, his gaze fixed on the artificial sun above. He was a young man, tall and lean, with sharp features and dark hair that fell in unruly waves. His eyes, a deep shade of amber, reflected the light of the sun, giving them an almost golden hue. He wore the simple attire of a laborer, a tunic and trousers made of sturdy fabric, stained with the marks of his trade. In his hands, he held a small device, its surface etched with intricate patterns. It was a piece of ancient technology, one of many that had been salvaged from the depths of the mountain. Kale was a scavenger, one of the few who dared venture into the lower levels of Luminara in search of relics. It was dangerous work, but it was also vital. The city's engineers relied on scavengers to bring them the materials they needed to maintain the core and the artificial sun. Without them, the city would falter, and its people would suffer. Kale had been a scavenger for 5 years, ever since he had come of age. He had learned to navigate the labyrinthine tunnels beneath the city, to avoid the traps and pitfalls that lay in wait. He had seen wonders and horrors alike, and he had come to know the mountain's secrets better than most. But today, something felt different. Kale turned the device over in his hands, studying its markings. It was unlike anything he had seen before, its design more intricate and refined than the relics he usually found. He had discovered it in a chamber deep beneath the city, hidden behind a wall of collapsed stone. The chamber had been strange, its walls covered in symbols that seemed to glow faintly in the light of his torch. The device had been resting on a pedestal in the center of the room, as though it had been waiting for him. He had felt a strange pull as he approached it, a sense of urgency that he couldn't explain. Now, standing in the plaza, he couldn't shake the feeling that the device was important. "Kale," a voice called out, breaking his reverie. He turned to see a young woman approaching, her auburn hair tied back in a loose braid. She wore the uniform of a technician, a fitted jacket and trousers adorned with the insignia of the Engineers Guild. Her name was Lyra, and she was one of the city's brightest minds. She and Kale had been friends since childhood, their bond forged in the streets of Luminara. While Kale had chosen the path of a scavenger, Lyra had pursued a career in engineering, her curiosity and intellect earning her a place in the guild. "What are you doing out here?" Lyra asked as she reached him. "I thought you'd be at the guild by now." Kale held up the device. "I found this in the lower levels. I was on my way to show it to the engineers." Lyra's eyes widened as she took the device from him, her fingers tracing its patterns. "This is incredible," she murmured. "I've never seen anything like it." "Where did you find it?" "In a chamber near the old aqueducts," Kale replied. "It was hidden behind a wall of rubble." The whole place felt strange. Lyra looked up at him, her expression serious. "You need to show this to the guild immediately. If it's as advanced as it looks, it could be important, maybe even vital." Kale nodded, his resolve firm. Together, they set off toward the Engineers Guild, the device clutched tightly in Lyra's hands. As they walked, Kale couldn't shake the feeling that his discovery was the beginning of something larger, something that would change the fate of Luminara forever. The Engineers Guild Hall was one of the most imposing structures in Luminara, a towering edifice of steel and stone that stood at the heart of the city. Its walls were adorned with intricate carvings depicting the history of the city and its founders, and its great doors were flanked by statues of the first engineers, their faces weathered but resolute. Inside, the air buzzed with activity as technicians and scholars moved through its halls, their voices mingling with the hum of machinery. Kale and Lyra entered the guild hall, their footsteps echoing on the polished floor. The main chamber was a vast, circular room filled with workbenches, tools, and glowing screens. Engineers clustered in groups, poring over blueprints and discussing their projects in hushed tones. At the center of the room stood a raised platform, where the guild's leaders often addressed their members. Today, the platform was empty, but the air was thick with anticipation. Lyra led Kale to a corner of the chamber where a group of engineers was gathered around a table. Among them was Master Irinder, the head of the guild and one of the most respected figures in Luminara. He was an older man, his hair streaked with silver and his face lined with years of experience. His piercing blue eyes missed nothing, and his presence commanded respect. "Master Irinder," Lyra said, her voice steady but urgent. "We've found something you need to see." Irinder looked up from the blueprint he was studying, his gaze falling on the device in Lyra's hands. He straightened, his expression shifting from curiosity to intrigue. "What is this?" he asked, his voice deep and measured. Kale stepped forward. "I found it in the lower levels, near the old aqueducts. It was in a chamber I've never seen before, hidden behind rubble. The markings on the walls, they were glowing." Irinder's eyes narrowed as he took the device from Lyra, turning it over in his hands. The other engineers gathered around, their murmurs filling the air as they examined the artifact. The device was small, no larger than a loaf of bread, but its surface was covered in intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the light. It pulsed faintly, as though it were alive. "This is remarkable," Irinder said after a moment. "The craftsmanship is unlike anything we've encountered before. It's clearly ancient, but it's in pristine condition. And this energy signature. He trailed off, his brow furrowing. We need to analyze this immediately. He turned to one of the engineers. Prepare the diagnostic array. I want a full scan of this device. Lyra, you'll assist me. Lyra nodded, her expression determined. She glanced at Kale. You should stay. You found it, you deserve to know what it is. Kale hesitated, then nodded. He followed Lyra and Arinder to a nearby workstation where a large, circular machine stood waiting. The diagnostic array was one of the Guild's most advanced tools, capable of analyzing even the most complex artifacts. Arinder placed the device in the center of the array, and the machine whirred to life, its arms extending to surround the artifact. As the array began its scan, the room fell silent. The engineers watched intently as data streamed across the screens, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. Kale felt a knot of tension in his chest as he waited, his mind racing with questions. What was the device? Why had it been hidden? And why did it feel so significant? After what felt like an eternity, the array completed its scan. The screens flickered, displaying a series of complex readouts. Arinder studied the data, his face growing more serious with each passing moment. Finally, he turned to the group, his expression grim. This device is a power regulator, he said. It's designed to interface with the core. A ripple of shock passed through the room. The core was the most sacred and mysterious part of Luminara, the source of the city's power and the key to its survival. Few understood its workings, and even fewer dared to tamper with it. The idea that this device was connected to the core was both thrilling and terrifying. But there's more, Arinder continued. The energy signature of this device. It's unstable. It's emitting a frequency that matches the core's output, but it's fluctuating. If this device were to be activated, it could disrupt the core's systems. Kale felt a chill run down his spine. Disrupt the core? What does that mean? Arinder's gaze met his, and for the first time, Kale saw a flicker of fear in the old man's eyes. It means the core could fail. The artificial sun would go dark, and the city would lose power. Without the core, Luminara cannot survive. The room erupted into chaos as the engineers began to argue, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of concern and speculation. Kale felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had brought the device to the guild, hoping it would be a discovery worth celebrating. Instead, it seemed to be a harbinger of disaster. Lyra placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch grounding him. We'll figure this out, she said, her voice steady. We always do. Arinder raised a hand, silencing the room. We need to proceed carefully, he said. This device is a threat, but it may also hold the key to understanding the core. We must study it further, but we cannot risk activating it. Lyra, I want you to lead the research team. Kale, I need you to tell us everything you remember about the chamber where you found it. Kale nodded, his resolve hardening. He would do whatever it took to protect Luminara, even if it meant venturing back into the depths of the mountain. As he began to recount his discovery, he couldn't shake the feeling that the device was only the beginning. The mountain had more secrets to reveal, and he was determined to uncover them no matter the cost. The chamber where Kale had found the device lingered in his mind like a half-remembered dream. He described it to the engineers as best he could, the collapsed stone wall, the faintly glowing symbols, the pedestal where the device had rested. But his words felt inadequate, unable to capture the strange energy of the place. It was as though the chamber had been alive, its walls humming with a presence he couldn't explain. Arinder listened intently, his expression thoughtful. When Kale finished, the guildmaster nodded. We need to investigate this chamber, he said. If there are more artifacts like this one, they could hold answers or dangers. Kale, you'll lead the expedition. Lyra, you'll accompany him." Kale's heart sank. He had hoped to avoid returning to the lower levels so soon, but he knew there was no choice. The chamber was too important to ignore, and he was the only one who knew how to find it. He glanced at Lyra, who gave him a reassuring nod. Her presence was a comfort. She was resourceful and fearless, and he trusted her implicitly. Arinder continued, addressing the rest of the engineers. "Prepare a team. We'll need scavengers, technicians, and guards. The lower levels are dangerous, and we can't afford to take risks. This expedition must be conducted with the utmost caution." Within hours, the team was assembled. Kale and Lyra were joined by 3 scavengers, 2 technicians, and a pair of guards armed with shock lances. They carried supplies and equipment, including portable lights, mapping devices, and tools for excavation. The mood was tense as they gathered at the entrance to the lower levels, a massive steel door set into the wall of the guild hall. Beyond it lay the labyrinthine tunnels that wound through the mountain, a place of darkness and mystery. Kale took a deep breath as the door slid open, revealing the passage beyond. The air was cool and damp, carrying the faint scent of earth and metal. He stepped forward, his torch casting flickering shadows on the walls. The others followed, their footsteps echoing in the silence. The descent was slow and methodical. Kale led the way, his memory guiding him through the twists and turns of the tunnels. He had traveled these paths many times before, but they never ceased to unnerve him. The lower levels were a place of forgotten history, filled with remnants of the past, broken machinery, crumbling walls, and strange carvings that seemed to watch them as they passed. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the air became, as though the mountain itself were pressing down on them. After hours of walking, they reached the collapsed wall Kale had described. The rubble was piled high, blocking the entrance to the chamber beyond. Kale felt a pang of unease as he approached it, the memory of the glowing symbols flashing in his mind. "This is it," he said, his voice low. "The chamber is on the other side." The team set to work clearing the rubble, their tools clinking against the stone. It was slow, grueling labor, but they made steady progress. As the wall began to give way, Kale felt the strange energy of the chamber seeping through the cracks. It was faint but unmistakable, a pulsing rhythm that seemed to resonate in his chest. Finally, the last stone was removed, revealing the entrance to the chamber. The team stepped inside, their torches illuminating the space. Kale's breath caught in his throat as he saw it again, the glowing symbols on the walls, the pedestal in the center, and the faint shimmer of light that seemed to dance in the air. The chamber was larger than Kale had remembered, its walls curving upward to form a dome. The symbols were more intricate than he had realized, their patterns weaving together in a way that seemed almost deliberate. The pedestal was empty, the device he had taken leaving behind a faint outline of light. Lyra approached the pedestal, her eyes scanning the symbols. "These markings. They're not just decorative. They're part of a system, like circuitry. This chamber is designed to interact with the device." Kale frowned. "Interact how?" "I don't know yet," Lyra admitted. "But it's clear that this chamber is connected to the core. The energy signature is the same." One of the technicians stepped forward, holding a scanner. "Let's map the chamber and analyze the symbols. If we can decode them, we might learn more about their purpose." As the team began their work, Kale felt a growing sense of unease. The chamber was beautiful, almost hypnotic, but it was also unsettling. It felt alive, as though it were watching them. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were intruding on something ancient and sacred. Hours passed as the team worked, their scanners and tools capturing every detail of the chamber. Lyra and the technicians studied the symbols, their voices hushed as they discussed their findings. The guards stood watch at the entrance, their shock lances ready. Kale wandered the edges of the chamber, his torch casting flickering light on the walls. As he moved, his foot brushed against something hard. He looked down to see a small, metallic object half buried in the dirt. He crouched and picked it up, brushing away the soil. It was another artifact, similar to the device he had found, but smaller and more compact. Its surface was etched with the same intricate patterns, and it pulsed faintly in his hand. "Lyra," he called, his voice tense. "I found something." She hurried over, her eyes widening as she saw the artifact. "Another device," she murmured. "This one's different, though. It's smaller, and the energy signature is weaker." Kale handed it to her, his unease growing. "What do you think it does?" Lyra studied it, her brow furrowing. "I don't know. But if it's connected to the core, it could be dangerous." Before she could say more, the chamber trembled. The ground beneath their feet shifted, and the air grew heavy. The glowing symbols on the walls pulsed brighter, their light filling the space. The team froze, their eyes wide with fear. "What's happening?" one of the scavengers asked, his voice shaking. Kale's heart raced as the chamber seemed to come alive, its walls humming with energy. The artifact in Lyra's hands pulsed in time with the symbols, its light growing stronger. The pedestal in the center of the room began to glow, its surface shimmering with patterns of light. "We need to leave," Lyra said urgently. "Now." The team scrambled for the entrance, their movements frantic. Kale grabbed Lyra's arm, pulling her toward the door. As they reached the threshold, the chamber's light surged, blinding them. Kale felt a wave of heat and energy wash over him, and then everything went dark. Kale's senses returned slowly, as though he were surfacing from a deep ocean. The first thing he noticed was the cold. The air around him was frigid, biting at his skin. Then came the sound, a low, rhythmic hum that seemed to vibrate through his bones. Finally, he opened his eyes, blinking against the dim light. He was lying on the floor of the chamber, the stone beneath him rough and unyielding. Around him, the rest of the team was beginning to stir, their movements sluggish and disoriented. Lyra was beside him, her face pale but alert. She sat up, clutching the artifact tightly in her hands. "What happened?" Kale asked, his voice hoarse. Lyra shook her head, her expression troubled. "I don't know. The chamber. It reacted to the artifact. It felt like it was trying to dash." She paused, searching for the right word. "Communicate." Kale frowned, his mind racing. The chamber had come alive, its symbols pulsing with energy. The artifact had been the catalyst, triggering something ancient and powerful. But what had it awakened? The rest of the team gathered near the pedestal, their faces etched with fear and confusion. The guards gripped their shock lances tightly, their eyes scanning the chamber for threats. The scavengers and technicians exchanged nervous glances, their confidence shaken. Erinder's voice crackled through the comms device on Lyra's wrist, breaking the silence. "Lyra, Kale report. What's happening down there?" Lyra activated the device, her voice steady despite the tension. The chamber reacted to the artifact. The symbols on the walls pulsed with energy, and the pedestal began to glow. "We were overwhelmed by a surge of light and heat. Now, it's quiet, but something feels different." Erinder's response was immediate. "Get out of there. Whatever you've triggered, it's too dangerous to stay. Return to the guild hall immediately." Lyra nodded, her resolve firm. "Understood." Kale helped her to her feet, his grip steady. The team began to move toward the entrance, their movements cautious. But as they reached the threshold, the chamber trembled again. The symbols on the walls pulsed faintly, their light flickering like a dying flame. Kale froze, his gaze fixed on the pedestal. Something was happening, something he couldn't explain. The artifact in Lyra's hands pulsed in time with the symbols, its energy growing stronger. He felt a strange pull, as though the chamber were calling to him. "Wait," he said, his voice cutting through the tension. "We can't leave yet." Lyra turned to him, her expression incredulous. "Kale, are you serious? This place is unstable. We need to get out before it collapses." Kale shook his head, his resolve hardening. "The chamber isn't collapsing. It's trying to tell us something. I can feel it." The team exchanged uneasy glances, their fear palpable. But Lyra hesitated, her gaze flickering between Kale and the pedestal. She trusted him, even when his instincts seemed reckless. Finally, she nodded. "Fine," she said. "But we don't have much time. Whatever you're going to do it quickly." Kale approached the pedestal, his heart pounding. The artifact in Lyra's hands pulsed brighter as he neared it, its energy resonating with the chamber. He reached out, his fingers brushing the surface of the pedestal. The stone was warm, almost alive, and it vibrated faintly beneath his touch. The chamber responded immediately. The symbols on the walls flared to life, their light filling the space. The hum grew louder, resonating through Kale's body. He felt a surge of energy, as though the mountain itself were awakening. The pedestal shimmered, its surface shifting to reveal a hidden compartment. Inside was another artifact, larger and more intricate than the one Lyra held. Its patterns glowed with a soft, golden light, and its energy was palpable. Kale lifted the artifact carefully, his hands trembling. As he did, the chamber's light dimmed, and the hum faded to a low murmur. The symbols on the walls pulsed faintly, their energy stabilizing. Lyra stepped forward, her eyes wide. "What is it?" Kale shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know. But it feels important." The team gathered around him, their fear giving way to curiosity. The artifact was beautiful, its design more intricate than anything they had seen before. It pulsed gently, its energy calming rather than overwhelming. Erinder's voice crackled through the comms device again. "Lyra, Kale, what's happening?" Lyra activated the device, her voice steady. "We found another artifact. It was hidden in the pedestal. It's larger and more powerful than the first one. The chamber's energy has stabilized, but we don't know what this means." Erinder's response was measured. "Bring it back to the Guildhall. We need to analyze it immediately. And be careful, this could be the key to understanding the core." Kale nodded, his resolve firm. He placed the artifact in a protective case, ensuring it was secure. The team began their ascent, their movements cautious but determined. The chamber's energy lingered in the air, a reminder of the secrets it held. As they climbed, Kale couldn't shake the feeling that they had only scratched the surface of the mountain's mysteries. The artifacts were connected to the core, but their purpose remained unclear. What had the mountain been hiding all these years? And what would happen if its secrets were fully revealed? Kale didn't have the answers, but he knew one thing for certain: the fate of Luminara was tied to the mountain, and its secrets would shape the city's future for better or worse. The journey back to the Guildhall was tense and silent. The artifact's faint golden glow seemed to pulse in rhythm with Kale's heartbeat, as though it were alive. Lyra walked beside him, her expression unreadable, while the rest of the team kept their distance, wary of the object's power. Even the guards, usually stoic, glanced nervously at the protective case Kale carried. When they reached the Guildhall, Erinder was waiting for them in the central chamber. His sharp eyes immediately locked onto the case in Kale's hands. The Guildmaster's presence was commanding, his posture rigid with anticipation. "Show me," Erinder said, his voice low but firm. Kale placed the case on the table and opened it carefully. The artifact's golden light spilled out, illuminating the room. The intricate patterns on its surface seemed to shift and shimmer, as though responding to the attention it was receiving. Erinder leaned closer, his expression a mix of awe and apprehension. It's unlike anything we've seen before, he murmured. The energy signature is extraordinary. Lyra stepped forward, her voice steady. The chamber where we found it reacted to the smaller artifact. It revealed this one, as though it had been waiting for us. The symbols on the walls were part of a System A system connected to the core. Arinder nodded, his mind clearly racing. If this artifact is tied to the core, it could be the key to understanding its purpose. We need to study it immediately. The guildmaster turned to the technicians, who had been waiting nearby. Prepare the lab. I want a full analysis of this artifact, its energy signature, its composition, and its connection to the core. Spare no resources. The technicians nodded and hurried off, their movements efficient. Kale felt a pang of unease as the artifact was taken away, its golden light fading as the case was closed. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were tampering with something beyond their understanding. Arinder's gaze shifted to Kale and Lyra. You've done well, he said, his tone measured. But this is only the beginning. The mountain holds more secrets, and we must uncover them if we're to protect Luminara. Kale hesitated, his thoughts swirling. Guildmaster, what if the mountain doesn't want us to uncover its secrets? The chamber felt alive, as though it were watching us. What if we're disturbing something ancient, something dangerous? Arinder's expression hardened. The mountain is a mystery, Kale, but mysteries are meant to be solved. If there's danger, we'll face it. Luminara's survival depends on understanding the core, and we can't afford to let fear hold us back. Kale nodded reluctantly, though his unease remained. Lyra placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, her touch grounding him. We'll figure this out, she said softly. Together. The next few days were a blur of activity. The artifact was studied in the guild's lab, its energy signature analyzed and its patterns decoded. The technicians worked tirelessly, their findings revealing fragments of information about the core's design and purpose. But the more they learned, the more questions arose. Kale and Lyra spent hours poring over the data, their minds racing to connect the dots. The artifact's energy was unlike anything they had encountered, its patterns resembling a language that seemed to defy translation. It was as though the artifact were speaking, but its voice was too faint to understand. One evening, as Kale sat alone in the Guildhall's library, he found himself drawn to the ancient texts that lined the shelves. The books were filled with stories and legends about the mountain, tales of its power and mystery. One passage caught his eye, its words etched in faded ink. The mountain is alive, its heart beating with the rhythm of the world. Those who seek its secrets must tread carefully, for its whispers are both a gift and a warning. Kale's pulse quickened as he read the words. The mountain's whispers. Was that what he had felt in the chamber? The pulsing energy, the sense of being watched, it all fit. But what was the warning? And what would happen if they ignored it? He closed the book and leaned back, his mind racing. The mountain was alive, in some sense. Its energy was connected to the core, and the artifacts were the key to unlocking its secrets. But the more they uncovered, the more dangerous it seemed. The next morning, Arinder called a meeting in the Guildhall's central chamber. The technicians presented their findings, their voices steady despite the weight of their discoveries. The artifact's energy signature is stable, one technician explained. It's emitting a low-frequency pulse that matches the core's rhythm. We've also identified patterns in its design that resemble ancient circuitry far more advanced than anything we've seen. Another technician added, the artifact appears to be a conduit, designed to channel energy. But we don't know what it's meant to power or what will happen if it's activated. Arinder's expression was grim. We need answers. The core is the lifeblood of Luminara, and these artifacts are connected to it. If we can understand their purpose, we might unlock the mountain's full potential. Kale hesitated, his unease growing. Guildmaster. What if activating the artifact triggers something we can't control? The mountain's energy is powerful, but it's also unpredictable. We could be risking everything. Erinder's gaze was unwavering. Risk is part of progress, Kale. We can't afford to let fear dictate our actions. The core is our future, and we must embrace it whatever the cost. Kale exchanged a glance with Lyra, her expression mirroring his concern. The mountain's whispers were growing louder, and the warning was clear. But Erinder's resolve was unshakable, and the guild was moving forward. As the meeting ended, Kale felt a sense of foreboding settle over him. The mountain's secrets were vast and ancient, and they were delving deeper into its depths. What would they find? And what price would they pay for their curiosity? The whispers of the mountain lingered in his mind, a haunting melody that refused to fade. The core was calling, and its voice was growing stronger. But was it a gift or a warning? The lab was silent, save for the faint hum of the artifact's energy. The golden glow it emitted had grown brighter, casting long, flickering shadows across the walls. The air felt heavy, charged with an almost electric tension. Kale stood near the back of the room, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. Lyra was beside him, her notebook clutched in her hands. Neither of them spoke, but their unease was palpable. Erinder stood at the center of the room, his presence commanding as always. The technicians worked around him, their movements precise and deliberate. The sequence had been prepared, and the artifact was ready for activation. All that remained was to input the command. "Are we ready?" Erinder asked, his voice cutting through the silence. One of the lead technicians nodded. "The sequence is set. Once we activate it, the artifact should respond immediately." Erinder's gaze swept over the room, his expression resolute. "Then let's begin." The technician stepped forward, their hands hovering over the control panel. Kale felt his heart pounding in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears. He wanted to speak, to voice his concerns one last time, but the words caught in his throat. The decision had already been made. The technician entered the sequence, their fingers moving with practiced precision. The artifact's glow intensified, its patterns shifting and swirling in response. The hum of energy grew louder, filling the room with a low, resonant vibration. It was as though the artifact were waking up. And then, it happened. The artifact emitted a pulse of golden light, so bright that Kale had to shield his eyes. The vibration in the air grew stronger, almost deafening, as the artifact's energy surged. The patterns on its surface began to move, rearranging themselves into a new configuration. It was no longer just a static object, it was alive. The room was bathed in golden light, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. Kale felt a strange sensation wash over him, as though the air itself were holding its breath. And then, the artifact spoke. It wasn't a voice, not in the traditional sense. It was a resonance, a series of tones and vibrations that seemed to bypass the ears and speak directly to the mind. The sound was both beautiful and unsettling, a haunting melody that carried a message. Lyra gasped, her eyes wide. It's speaking. The patterns there are language. Kale felt the resonance in his chest, a deep, thrumming pulse that seemed to align with his heartbeat. The artifact's message was clear, though its meaning was shrouded in mystery. The balance is broken. The heart awakens. The cycle must be restored. The words echoed in Kale's mind, their weight pressing down on him. He glanced at Lyra, who was frantically scribbling in her notebook, her expression a mix of awe and fear. Erinder stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the artifact. "What does it mean?" he demanded. "What balance? What cycle?" The artifact pulsed again, its light dimming slightly. The resonance grew softer, fading into the background. It was as though the artifact had said all it could, leaving the rest to interpretation. One of the technicians spoke, their voice trembling. The energy levels are stabilizing, but the artifact's output is increasing. It's connecting to the core. Kale's stomach dropped. Connecting? What does that mean? The technician hesitated. The core's energy signature is responding to the artifact. It's as though they're communicating. Erinder's expression was unreadable, his mind clearly racing. "This is what we've been searching for," he said, his voice steady. "The artifact is the key to unlocking the core's full potential. We must continue." Kale stepped forward, his unease boiling over. "Guildmaster, we don't even know what we're dealing with. The artifact's message, it's a warning. The balance is broken. What if activating the artifact has consequences we can't control?" Erinder turned to face him, his gaze sharp. "And what if it's the answer to everything? The core is T. We can't afford to stop now." Kale opened his mouth to argue, but Lyra placed a hand on his arm, stopping him. Her expression was conflicted, but there was a quiet determination in her eyes. "Kale," she said softly, "we need to understand what's happening. The artifact is trying to tell us something, but we won't find the answers by walking away." Kale hesitated, his mind torn. The mountain's whispers were louder than ever, their warning clear. But Lyra was right, they couldn't turn back now. The artifact had been activated, and the core was responding. Whatever was coming, they had to face it. The room fell silent as the artifact's glow began to fade, its energy stabilizing. The resonance lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of the message it had delivered. The balance is broken. The heart awakens. The cycle must be restored. Kale felt a chill run down his spine. The mountain's secrets were vast and ancient, and they had only begun to scratch the surface. The core was calling, and its voice was growing stronger. But was it a gift or a warning? As the team prepared to delve deeper into the mountain's mysteries, Kale couldn't shake the feeling that they were standing on the edge of something far greater than they could comprehend. The threshold had been crossed, and there was no turning back. The mountain was alive, and its heart was awakening. The days that followed were a blur of activity. The artifact's activation had sent ripples through the guild, its message sparking equal parts excitement and fear. Erinder doubled the research efforts, assigning teams to study the artifact's connection to the core. The mountain's energy was shifting, and the guild was determined to uncover its secrets. Kale, however, couldn't shake the unease that had settled over him. The artifact's message echoed in his mind, its meaning hauntingly unclear. The balance is broken. The heart awakens. The cycle must be restored. What balance? What cycle? And what did it mean for Luminara? Lyra was equally restless. She spent hours poring over ancient texts, searching for any mention of the artifact's language. Her notebook was filled with sketches and translations, fragments of a puzzle that refused to come together. Kale often found her in the library, her brow furrowed in concentration. One evening, as Kale joined her at a table piled high with books, she looked up with a spark of excitement in her eyes. "I think I've found something," she said, pushing a worn tome toward him. The pages were filled with faded illustrations and cryptic symbols, their meaning obscured by time. Kale leaned closer, his curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Lyra pointed to a passage near the bottom of the page. This text describes an ancient belief, a legend about the mountain. It says that the mountain is alive, its energy tied to the balance of the world. The core is its heart, and the artifacts are its voice. Kale frowned, his mind racing. The mountain is alive? What does that mean? Lyra hesitated, her gaze flickering to the artifact's sketch in her notebook. "I think it means the mountain isn't just a source of power. It's a force of nature, a living entity that maintains balance. And if the balance is broken..." She trailed off, her expression troubled. Kale finished the thought for her. If the balance is broken, the mountain reacts. The artifact's message, it's a warning. Lyra nodded. Exactly. The artifact is trying to tell us that something is wrong. The core is awakening because the balance has been disrupted. But we don't know what caused it or how to fix it. Kale felt a chill run down his spine. The mountain's energy was vast and ancient, its secrets buried deep. If the balance was broken, what would it take to restore it? And what would happen if they failed? The answer came sooner than they expected. The first sign was a tremor. It was subtle at first, a faint vibration that rippled through the guild hall. The technicians dismissed it as a minor fluctuation in the core's energy, a side effect of the artifact's activation. But as the days passed, the tremors grew stronger, their frequency increasing. Kale stood in the central chamber, his gaze fixed on the artifact. Its glow had dimmed, but its energy was still palpable, a steady pulse that resonated through the room. The patterns on its surface had shifted again, forming a new configuration that none of the technicians could decipher. Lyra joined him, her expression tense. "The mountain is reacting," she said quietly. "The tremors, they're not natural. The core is destabilizing." Kale's jaw tightened. "And Arinder still wants to push forward?" Lyra nodded, her frustration evident. "He thinks the artifact is the key to controlling the core. But I don't think it's meant to be controlled. The mountain's energy is too powerful, too unpredictable. If we keep pushing, we could trigger something we can't stop." Kale's gaze darkened. The mountain's whispers were louder than ever, their warning clear. But Arinder's ambition was unrelenting, and the guild was following his lead. The artifact had opened a door, and they were stepping through it blindly. The next tremor was stronger, shaking the walls of the guild hall. Cracks appeared in the stone, and the air was thick with tension. The technicians scrambled to stabilize the core's energy, their movements frantic. But the mountain's power was growing, and it was clear that something was coming. Kale and Lyra stood in the observation chamber, watching as the core's energy surged. The golden light that once pulsed gently now flared erratically, casting eerie shadows across the room. The artifact's resonance filled the air, its tones dissonant and urgent. "The balance is broken," Lyra murmured, her voice barely audible. "The heart awakens." Kale turned to her, his expression grim. "If the core is the heart of the mountain, then what happens when it fully awakens?" Lyra didn't answer. She didn't need to. The mountain's energy was alive, and it was no longer dormant. The core was stirring, its power building with each passing moment. The artifact's warning was clear, but the guild was too deep to turn back. As the tremors grew stronger, Kale felt a sense of foreboding settle over him. The mountain's secrets were vast and ancient, and they had only begun to scratch the surface. The threshold had been crossed, and there was no turning back. The heart of the mountain was awakening, and its voice was growing louder. The tremors reached their peak on the 7th day. The mountain seemed to groan under the weight of its own energy, the vibrations shaking the guild hall to its foundation. Dust fell from the ceiling, and cracks spiderwebbed across the stone walls. The air was thick with tension, charged with the raw power of the core. Kale stood in the central chamber, his fists clenched at his sides. The artifact pulsed erratically, its golden light flickering like a dying flame. The patterns on its surface had shifted again, forming jagged, chaotic shapes. It was as though the artifact itself was struggling to contain the energy it had unleashed. Lyra was beside him, her notebook forgotten. Her eyes were fixed on the core, which glowed brighter than ever. The golden light was almost blinding, its intensity filling the room. The resonance was louder now, a haunting melody that seemed to echo through the mountain itself. Arinder entered the chamber, his expression resolute. "The core is reaching critical levels," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. We're closer than ever to unlocking its full potential. Kale turned to him, his frustration boiling over. Closer to what? Look around you, Irinder. The mountain is falling apart, and the core is destabilizing. We don't even know what we're dealing with. Irinder's gaze was sharp, his determination unyielding. This is the price of progress, Kale. The core is the key to Luminara's future. If we can harness its power, we can reshape the world. Kale stepped forward, his voice rising. And what if the mountain doesn't want to be harnessed? The artifact's message was a warning, not an invitation. The balance is broken, and the heart is awakening. If we keep pushing, we could destroy everything. Irinder's jaw tightened, but he didn't respond. Instead, he turned to the technicians, who were frantically working to stabilize the core's energy. Prepare the final sequence, he ordered. We're activating the core. Lyra gasped, her eyes wide. You can't be serious. The core is already unstable. If you activate it now, you could trigger a catastrophic reaction. Irinder's gaze was unwavering. We've come too far to stop now. The core is the future, and we must seize it. Kale felt a surge of anger and fear. The mountain's whispers were louder than ever, their warning clear. But Irinder's ambition was blinding him to the danger. The artifact had opened a door, and the guild was stepping through it blindly. The technicians hesitated, their hands hovering over the control panel. The tremors grew stronger, shaking the room violently. The core's energy surged, its golden light flaring brighter than ever. The resonance was deafening, a cacophony of tones that seemed to pierce the soul. Kale turned to Lyra, his voice urgent. We have to stop this. If Irinder activates the core, the mountain could collapse. Lyra nodded, her expression determined. We need to shut down the artifact. It's the only way to stabilize the core. The two of them moved toward the artifact, their steps unsteady as the tremors shook the floor. The golden light was almost blinding, its patterns shifting and swirling in chaos. The resonance grew louder, filling the room with its haunting melody. Irinder saw them and stepped forward, his voice sharp. What are you doing? The artifact is the key to the core. If you shut it down, you'll destroy everything we've worked for. Kale turned to him, his voice steady despite the chaos. If we don't shut it down, the mountain will destroy us. The artifact isn't a key, it's a warning. And we need to listen. Irinder's expression darkened, but he didn't stop them. The tremors grew stronger, the mountain groaning under the weight of its own energy. The core's light flared brighter, its resonance reaching a fever pitch. Kale and Lyra reached the artifact, their hands hovering over its surface. The patterns were jagged and chaotic, their meaning obscured. The golden light pulsed erratically, its energy unstable. Lyra glanced at Kale, her voice trembling. Are you ready? Kale nodded, his resolve firm. Let's do this. Together, they placed their hands on the artifact, their minds focused on its energy. The resonance surged, filling their senses with its haunting melody. The pattern shifted, forming a new configuration, a final message. The cycle must be restored. Kale felt a surge of energy, a connection to the mountain itself. The artifact's resonance filled his mind, its tones aligning with his heartbeat. The mountain's whispers grew louder, their warning clear. And then, the artifact shattered. The golden light exploded outward, filling the room with its brilliance. The resonance reached a deafening pitch, then fell silent. The tremors stopped, and the mountain seemed to hold its breath. Kale and Lyra stumbled back, their hands trembling. The artifact was gone, its fragments scattered across the floor. The core's light dimmed, its energy stabilizing. The room was silent, save for the faint hum of the mountain's power. Irinder stared at the shattered artifact, his expression unreadable. The technicians were frozen, their eyes wide with shock. The mountain's energy was quiet, its balance restored. Cale felt a sense of relief wash over him, but it was tempered by the weight of what had just happened. The artifact's message was clear, and they had listened. The cycle had been restored, but the mountain's secrets were far from uncovered. As the guild began to recover, Cale couldn't shake the feeling that they had only scratched the surface. The mountain was alive, and its heart was still awakening. The balance had been restored for now, but the mountain's voice was far from silent.
Story 5. Dr. Eris Thorne, a marine archaeologist with a reputation for both brilliance and recklessness, stood on the deck of the research vessel Poseidon's wake, the salt spray stinging his face. Years he had spent chasing whispers and legends, poring over ancient texts and nautical charts, all in pursuit of a single, tantalizing prize, Atlantis. The academic community had long dismissed Atlantis as myth, a philosophical allegory spun by Plato. But Eris believed otherwise. He saw patterns in the geological anomalies, the linguistic echoes in forgotten dialects, and the persistent folklore shared by cultures separated by vast oceans. He knew, with a certainty that bordered on obsession, that Atlantis had been real. The Poseidon's wake was equipped with state-of-the-art sonar, deep-sea submersibles, and a crew as eccentric and dedicated as Eris himself. There was Maya Rodriguez, the sharp-tongued oceanographer who kept Eris grounded in reality. Ben Carter, the tech wizard who could coax miracles from malfunctioning equipment, and Captain Eva Rostova, a stoic Russian with an uncanny ability to navigate treacherous waters. For weeks, they had been scouring the Atlantic, following a complex algorithm Eris had developed based on his research. The algorithm factored in tectonic plate movements, ancient sea levels, and the magnetic signatures of certain rare minerals. It had led them to a remote area, thousands of feet below the surface, where the ocean floor was a landscape of jagged canyons and volcanic vents. Suddenly, the sonar pinged, emitting a series of rapid, high-pitched tones. Ben Carter, hunched over his console, straightened up, his eyes wide. "Eris, you need to see this. We've got something big." Eris rushed over, his heart pounding. The sonar screen displayed a complex structure, unlike anything he had ever seen. It was vast, geometric, and undeniably artificial. "What is it?" Maya asked, her voice hushed with awe. I think we found it," Eris stammered, his voice thick with emotion. "Atlantis." Captain Rostova, ever the pragmatist, broke the silence. "Let's not jump to conclusions. We need visual confirmation." Eris nodded, his mind already racing. "Prepare the submersible Argonaut. I'm going down." Despite Maya's protests about the risks, Eris was adamant. He had waited his entire life for this moment. He wasn't about to let anyone else be the first to set eyes on Atlantis. The Argonaut was a two-person submersible, designed for deep-sea exploration. As Eris and Ben strapped themselves in, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. The submersible detached from the Poseidon's wake and began its slow descent into the abyss. The journey was agonizingly slow. The pressure mounted, the temperature dropped, and the world outside the viewport faded into an inky blackness. Only the hum of the submersible's engines and the glow of its lights broke the silence. After what felt like an eternity, Ben spoke, his voice tight with excitement. "We're approaching the coordinates. I'm picking up something on the cameras." Eris leaned forward, his breath catching in his throat. And then he saw it. Through the swirling sediment and the gloom of the deep sea, a colossal structure began to emerge. It was a city, or rather, the skeletal remains of one. Buildings of cyclopean proportions, crafted from an unknown, shimmering material, rose from the ocean floor. Colonnades, arches, and towering pyramids pierced the darkness, their surfaces encrusted with coral and strange, bioluminescent organisms. Atlantis. It was real. The Argonaut hovered above the ruins, its floodlights casting long, ghostly shadows across the ancient city. Eris could barely contain his excitement, his hands trembling as he adjusted the controls to bring the submersible closer. Ben, seated beside him, was equally transfixed, his usual sarcastic demeanor replaced by wide-eyed wonder. "Look at the scale of it," Ben whispered. "This place is massive. It's like an underwater Manhattan." Eris nodded, his eyes scanning the structures. The city was laid out in concentric rings, just as Plato had described. The outermost ring was lined with what appeared to be docks and warehouses, their stone walls crumbled but still recognizable. Beyond that, larger buildings, temples, perhaps rows in tiers, their facades adorned with intricate carvings that glimmered faintly in the submersible's light. "Do you see those carvings?" Eris said, his voice tight with emotion. "They're not just decorative. They're inscriptions. This is a written language in Atlantean script." Ben glanced at him. "You think you can decipher it?" "Eventually," Eris replied, his mind already racing with possibilities. "But first, we need to document everything. This is the greatest archaeological discovery in history." As the Argonaut descended further, the central structure of the city came into view. It was a massive ziggurat, its steps wide enough to accommodate an army. At its apex, a shattered dome revealed an interior chamber, its walls lined with what looked like crystalline panels. "That must have been the heart of the city," Eris murmured. "The palace, or maybe a temple. Whatever it was, it's where we'll find the answers." Ben frowned, his fingers flying over the controls. "Hold on. I'm picking up some weird readings. There's a magnetic field coming from that ziggurat. It's faint, but it's definitely there." Eris leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. "A magnetic field? That could mean advanced technology. The legends always said Atlantis was far ahead of its time. Or it could mean something dangerous," Ben countered. "We don't know what we're dealing with here." Eris hesitated, but only for a moment. "We didn't come all this way to turn back now. Let's get closer." The Argonaut approached the ziggurat, its lights illuminating the structure's surface. The crystalline panels shimmered faintly, as if responding to the submersible's presence. Eris felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if the city was alive, watching them. "Eris," Ben said, his voice low. "I don't like this. That magnetic field is getting stronger. It's almost like it's reacting to us." Before Eris could respond, the submersible shuddered violently. Warning lights flashed on the console, and a high-pitched alarm filled the cabin. "What's happening?" Eris shouted, gripping the armrests of his seat. Ben's hands flew over the controls. "I don't know. The systems are going haywire. It's like something's interfering with the electronics." The Argonaut began to spin, its lights flickering. Outside, the ziggurat seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly glow. Eris stared at it, his heart pounding. Was this some kind of defense mechanism? Had they triggered something they didn't understand? "Brace yourself," Ben yelled as the submersible lurched forward, drawn toward the ziggurat by an unseen force. The Argonaut slammed into the structure, and everything went dark. When Eris opened his eyes, he was disoriented. The cabin of the Argonaut was dimly lit, the emergency lights casting a red glow. He could hear the faint hum of the backup systems, but the main power was out. Beside him, Ben groaned, rubbing his head. "Are you okay?" Eris asked, his voice hoarse. "Yeah," Ben muttered. "Just a little banged up." "What the hell was that?" "I don't know," Eris admitted, his mind racing. "But we're still here, and the submersible seems intact. Let's see if we can get the cameras working." Ben fiddled with the controls, and after a few tense moments, the external cameras flickered to life. The view outside was surreal. The Argonaut was lodged in a crevice at the base of the ziggurat, its lights illuminating a narrow passageway that led into the structure. "Well, that's convenient," Ben said dryly. Looks like we've got a front row seat to the inside of Atlantis. Eris ignored him, his eyes fixed on the passageway. It was lined with more of the crystalline panels, their surfaces etched with glowing symbols. The magnetic field Ben had detected earlier was stronger here, a faint hum that seemed to resonate in Eris's chest. "We have to go in," Eris said, unbuckling his harness. Ben stared at him. "Are you insane? We just crashed into an ancient, possibly cursed city, and you want to go exploring? This is the opportunity of a lifetime." Eris insisted. "We can't turn back now. Besides, the submersible is stuck. We're not going anywhere until we figure out what's going on." Ben sighed, muttering something under his breath about reckless archaeologists, but he didn't argue further. Together, they donned their diving suits and prepared to exit the Argonaut. The water was cold and heavy as they stepped out of the submersible, their lights cutting through the darkness. The passageway loomed before them, its walls shimmering with an eerie, otherworldly light. "Stay close," Eris said, his voice crackling over the comms. "And keep an eye on those readings." As they moved deeper into the ziggurat, the symbols on the walls seemed to shift and change, as if responding to their presence. Eris felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen these symbols before, though he couldn't remember where. "Eris," Ben said, his voice tense. "The magnetic field is spiking. Whatever's causing it, we're getting close." The passageway opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling so high it disappeared into the darkness. In the center of the room stood a massive, crystalline structure, shaped like an obelisk. It pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light, casting shifting patterns across the walls. Eris approached the obelisk, his heart pounding. This was it. The heart of Atlantis. The source of its power. "What do you think it is?" Ben asked, his voice hushed. "I don't know," Eris admitted, reaching out to touch the surface of the obelisk. It was warm, almost alive, and as his fingers made contact, a surge of energy shot through him. The chamber lit up, the walls coming alive with images and symbols. Eris staggered back, his mind flooded with vision scenes of a thriving city, its people harnessing the power of the obelisk to achieve incredible feats. But then, the visions darkened. He saw the city consumed by fire and water, its people fleeing in terror as the obelisk's power spiraled out of control. "Eris!" Ben shouted, grabbing his arm. "What's happening?" Eris shook his head, struggling to process what he had seen. It's a memory. The obelisk is some kind of archive. It's showing me what happened to Atlantis." "And?" Ben pressed. "What did you see?" Eris took a deep breath. "They destroyed themselves. Their technology was too powerful, and they couldn't control it. The city was swallowed by the sea." Ben stared at him, his face pale. "And now we're standing in the middle of it." "Great." Before Eris could respond, the obelisk pulsed again, and a low rumble echoed through the chamber. The ground beneath their feet began to shake, and cracks appeared in the walls. "We need to get out of here," Ben said, panic creeping into his voice. Eris nodded, his mind racing. They had uncovered the truth about Atlantis, but at what cost? As the chamber began to collapse around them, he realized they might not live to share their discovery. The rumbling intensified, and chunks of stone and crystal began to fall from the chamber's ceiling. Eris and Ben scrambled back toward the passageway, their lights flickering as the magnetic field surged around them. "Move, move!" Ben shouted, his voice sharp with urgency. Eris followed, his heart pounding. The obelisk's glow had become erratic, its rhythmic pulses now chaotic bursts of light. It was as if the ancient artifact was destabilizing, its power unleashed after centuries of dormancy. As they reached the passageway, a deafening crack split the air, and the floor beneath them buckled. Eris stumbled, his diving suit's weight pulling him down, but Ben grabbed his arm and hauled him forward. "Don't stop!" Ben yelled, dragging Eris toward the exit. The passageway was collapsing behind them, the walls crumbling as the magnetic field surged. Eris could feel the energy in the water, a strange, electric charge that made his skin tingle. It was as if the city itself was reacting to their presence, rejecting them. They reached the crevice where the Argonaut was lodged, but the submersible was in no condition to move. Its hull was dented, its systems offline, and the magnetic interference had rendered its electronics useless. "We're trapped," Ben said, his voice tight with fear. "What do we do?" Eris scanned the area, his mind racing. The ziggurat was collapsing, and the debris was blocking their path to the surface. But then, his eyes fell on a narrow tunnel leading away from the crevice. It was small, barely wide enough for a person, but it seemed to lead upward. "There," Eris said, pointing to the tunnel. "It might be a way out." Ben hesitated, glancing at the unstable walls around them. "You're betting our lives on a tunnel that might lead nowhere? Do you have a better idea?" Eris shot back. Ben gritted his teeth but didn't argue. Together, they squeezed into the tunnel, their lights barely illuminating the narrow, twisting path. The walls were smooth, carved with the same glowing symbols they had seen in the chamber. The magnetic field was weaker here, but the rumbling of the collapsing city was still audible, a constant reminder of the danger they faced. The tunnels seemed to stretch on forever, winding upward in a spiral. Eris's legs burned with exertion, and his breathing was labored in the confined space. Ben was silent, his focus entirely on navigating the treacherous path. Finally, after what felt like hours, they emerged into a small cavern. The water here was clearer, and faint beams of sunlight filtered down from above. Eris felt a surge of hope. They were close to the surface. "There's an opening," Ben said, pointing to a jagged crack in the cavern ceiling. "We can make it out." Eris nodded, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. They swam toward the crack, their lights cutting through the gloom. As they reached the opening, the sunlight grew brighter, and the water became warmer. With one final push, they broke through the surface. Eris and Ben gasped for air as they emerged into the open ocean. The sunlight was blinding after the darkness of the ziggurat, and the waves rocked them gently. For a moment, neither of them spoke, their minds still reeling from the chaos they had escaped. "Did we just survive that?" Ben finally said, his voice shaky. "Somehow," Eris replied, his own voice barely above a whisper. They floated in silence, the enormity of what they had discovered sinking in. Atlantis was real, and they had seen it with their own eyes. But the city was collapsing, its secrets buried once again beneath the ocean floor. "We need to get back to the ship," Ben said, glancing around. "Do you see Poseidon's wake?" Eris scanned the horizon, his heart sinking. The research vessel was nowhere in sight. They had drifted far from their original location, and the currents had carried them into open water. "We'll have to signal them," Eris said, reaching for the emergency beacon on his diving suit. He activated it, sending out a distress signal that would hopefully reach the ship. Minutes passed, then hours. The sun began to dip toward the horizon, and the ocean grew colder. Eris and Ben clung to each other for warmth, their energy fading. Just as Eris began to lose hope, a faint light appeared on the horizon. It grew brighter, and soon the familiar shape of the Poseidon's wake came into view. The ship's crew had received their signal and was coming to rescue them. As the vessel pulled alongside them, Maya Rodriguez leaned over the railing, her face a mix of relief and anger. "What the hell happened to you two? We thought you were dead." Eris and Ben were too exhausted to explain. They were hauled aboard the ship, wrapped in blankets, and given hot drinks. Only after they had recovered did Eris begin to recount their journey. Back on the Poseidon's wake, Eris sat in the ship's lab, staring at the data they had managed to recover from the submersible's cameras. The images of Atlantis were grainy and incomplete, but they were enough to prove the city's existence. "This changes everything," Maya said, her voice filled with awe. Atlantis was real. The legends were true. But it's gone now, Ben added, his tone somber. The city's collapsing, and whatever technology they had is lost. Not entirely, Eris said, his eyes fixed on the screen. The obelisk was an archive. It showed me what happened to Atlantis. If we can decode the symbols, we might be able to understand their technology and learn from their mistakes. Maya frowned. You're talking about unlocking a power that destroyed an entire civilization. Are you sure that's a good idea? Eris hesitated, the weight of her words sinking in. Atlantis had been a marvel, a city of unparalleled innovation and beauty. But it had also been a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition. I don't know, he admitted. But we can't ignore what we found. Atlantis was more than a myth. It was a part of our history, and we owe it to the world to uncover the truth. The crew of the Poseidon's Wake spent the next weeks analyzing the data, piecing together the story of Atlantis. The city's rise and fall became a symbol of humanity's potential and its peril. And though the ruins of Atlantis were lost once again to the ocean, its legacy lived on, a reminder of the delicate balance between progress and responsibility. Months had passed since the discovery of Atlantis, but the events of that day still haunted Eris. Back at the university, he had dedicated himself entirely to decoding the symbols captured in the footage from the ziggurat. The obelisk's inscriptions were unlike any language he had ever encountered, but they seemed to follow a logical structure, a system of patterns and sequences that hinted at advanced knowledge. Ben had returned to his usual sarcastic self, but even he couldn't deny the significance of their discovery. He had joined Eris in the research, focusing on the magnetic anomalies recorded during their dive. Together, they worked tirelessly, driven by the hope that the obelisk's secrets might still be within reach. One evening, as Eris sat in his cluttered office surrounded by stacks of notes and diagrams, he noticed something strange. The symbols on the obelisk weren't just static, they seemed to represent processes, equations, and cycles. It was as if the obelisk was a blueprint, not just for technology, but for understanding the fundamental forces of the universe. Ben, Eris said, calling his colleague over, look at this. These sequences, they're not just language. They're formulas. This one here, it's a model for harnessing energy from magnetic fields. Ben leaned over the desk, his eyes narrowing as he studied the diagrams. You're saying the Atlanteans figured out how to generate power from magnetic fields? That's insane. It's more than that, Eris replied, his voice trembling with excitement. This could revolutionize everything: energy, transportation, medicine. If we can decode the rest of the obelisk's inscriptions, we might be able to replicate their technology. Ben frowned, his skepticism evident. And what happens if we make the same mistakes they did? You saw what happened to Atlantis. Their technology destroyed them. Eris hesitated, the weight of Ben's words sinking in. He had been so focused on the potential of the obelisk's knowledge that he hadn't considered the risks. The Atlanteans had been brilliant, but their ambition had led to their downfall. Could humanity avoid the same fate? Despite the risks, Eris and Ben knew they couldn't stop now. The obelisk's secrets were too important to ignore. With the support of the university and a team of international researchers, they organized a new expedition to the site of Atlantis. The goal was clear: recover the obelisk and bring it to the surface for further study. The Poseidon's Wake was outfitted with advanced equipment, including reinforced submersibles and magnetic shielding to protect against the anomalies they had encountered before. Maya Rodriguez, now fully invested in the project, joined the team as the expedition leader. As the ship approached the coordinates of Atlantis, Eris felt a mix of excitement and dread. The city had been collapsing when they left, and he wasn't sure what they would find. Would the obelisk still be intact? Or had it been buried beneath the rubble? The submersibles descended into the depths, their lights cutting through the murky water. The ruins of Atlantis came into view, but they were barely recognizable. The ziggurat had crumbled, its once majestic structure reduced to a heap of stone and crystal. The concentric rings of the city were fractured, their edges jagged and uneven. "There," Eris said, pointing to the remains of the central chamber. "The obelisk was in the heart of the ziggurat. If it's still intact, it'll be there." The submersibles maneuvered carefully through the debris, their cameras scanning the area. Finally, one of the pilots spotted a faint glow beneath a pile of rubble. "We've got something," the pilot said over the comms. "It's emitting a magnetic field. Could be the obelisk." Eris's heart raced as the team worked to clear the rubble. The obelisk emerged, its surface cracked but still pulsing faintly with light. It was damaged, but it was still alive. Back on the Poseidon's wake, the obelisk was carefully secured in a containment chamber. The researchers began their analysis, using advanced imaging and spectroscopy to study its structure. The inscriptions were more complex than they had realized, and the obelisk's energy field was unlike anything they had ever encountered. As the team worked, debates began to arise. Some researchers argued that the obelisk's knowledge could transform the world, solving problems like energy shortages and climate change. Others warned that its power was too dangerous, and that humanity wasn't ready to handle it. Maya called a meeting to address the growing tensions. The ship's conference room was filled with heated voices, each person passionately defending their position. "We can't ignore this," Eris said, his voice firm. "The obelisk is a gift, a chance to advance our understanding of the universe. If we don't study it, we're throwing away the greatest discovery in history. And if we study it, we might unleash something we can't control," Ben countered. "Atlantis was destroyed because they couldn't handle their own technology. Do you really think we're any different?" Maya raised her hand, silencing the room. "Enough. This isn't a decision we can make lightly. We need to proceed with caution, and we need to consider the consequences of our actions. The obelisk is powerful, but it's also dangerous. We have to respect that." The team agreed to continue their research, but with strict protocols in place. The obelisk's energy field was carefully monitored, and all experiments were conducted under controlled conditions. The goal was to understand its technology without activating its full power. Months turned into years, and the research on the obelisk continued. The team made incredible breakthroughs, uncovering new ways to harness energy and manipulate magnetic fields. The knowledge gained from the obelisk led to advancements in medicine, transportation, and environmental science, transforming the world in ways they had never imagined. But the team never forgot the lessons of Atlantis. The obelisk's power was a reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition, and they worked tirelessly to ensure that their discoveries were used responsibly. Eris became a leading figure in the field of Atlantean studies, dedicating his life to preserving the legacy of the lost city. He wrote books, gave lectures, and worked with governments and organizations to promote ethical research and development. Ben, ever the pragmatist, remained by his side, serving as a constant reminder of the risks they faced. Together, they ensured that the obelisk's secrets were used to benefit humanity, not to destroy it. Atlantis had been a marvel, a city of unparalleled innovation and beauty. Its fall was a cautionary tale, but its rediscovery was a chance for redemption. And though the ruins of Atlantis remained hidden beneath the ocean, its legacy lived on, a testament to the power and the peril of human ingenuity. Years after the obelisk was brought to the surface, the world had changed in ways no one could have predicted. The breakthroughs derived from Atlantean technology had ushered in a new era of prosperity. Clean, limitless energy-powered cities. Diseases once thought incurable were eradicated. Humanity had taken a leap forward, and the obelisk was hailed as the catalyst for this transformation. But not everyone saw it as a blessing. In the shadows of progress, whispers of dissent began to grow. Some believed that humanity was meddling with forces it didn't fully understand. Others claimed that the obelisk was more than a relic, it was a warning, and its activation had set something in motion. Eris dismissed these rumors at first. He had spent years studying the obelisk, and while its technology was advanced, there was no evidence to suggest it was anything more than a tool. But then, strange things began to happen. It started with the obelisk itself. The faint pulses of light that had once been steady and rhythmic became erratic, almost frantic. The magnetic field it emitted grew stronger, interfering with nearby equipment. And then, one night, it began to hum. Eris was in the lab when it happened. The sound was low and resonant, like the vibration of a massive tuning fork. It filled the room, sending shivers down his spine. He stared at the obelisk, his heart pounding. "Ben," he said, his voice trembling. "Get in here." Ben rushed into the lab, his eyes widening as he heard the hum. "What the hell is that?" "I don't know," Eris admitted. "It's never done this before." The hum grew louder, and the obelisk's light intensified. Symbols began to appear on its surface, glowing with an otherworldly brilliance. Eris recognized some of them from his research, but others were new patterns and shapes that seemed to shift and change as he watched. "It's communicating," Eris said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But with what?" The obelisk's activation sent shockwaves through the scientific community. Researchers from around the world flocked to the lab, eager to study the phenomenon. But as they analyzed the data, a chilling realization began to emerge. The obelisk wasn't just emitting energy, it was transmitting a signal. The signal was complex, a series of pulses and frequencies that defied conventional analysis. It seemed to be directed outward, toward the stars. Eris and his team worked tirelessly to decode it, but the more they uncovered, the more questions they had. "Why would the Atlanteans build something like this?" Ben asked one night, as they pored over the data. "What were they trying to contact?" Eris didn't have an answer. The Atlanteans had been a brilliant civilization, but their ambition had led to their downfall. Had they reached too far, trying to connect with something beyond their understanding? And if so, what had they found? As the weeks passed, the signal grew stronger. It began to interfere with global communications, disrupting satellites and causing power outages. Governments around the world demanded answers, but Eris and his team were no closer to understanding the obelisk's purpose. And then, one day, the signal stopped. The silence was deafening. For a moment, the world held its breath, waiting for what would come next. And then, the sky lit up. It started as a faint glow on the horizon, like the first light of dawn. But as the glow grew brighter, it became clear that this was no natural phenomenon. Strange, geometric shapes appeared in the sky, their surfaces shimmering with an iridescent light. They moved with a grace that defied physics, their presence both beautiful and terrifying. The world watched in awe and fear as the shapes descended, hovering above major cities. They made no sound, no attempt to communicate. They simply waited. Eris and Ben were in the lab when the first reports came in. The obelisk, which had been dormant since the signal stopped, began to glow once more. Its symbols shifted and rearranged, forming a pattern that Eris recognized immediately. "It's a response," he said, his voice filled with both wonder and dread. "The obelisk sent a message, and now they're answering." "Who's answering?" Ben asked, his face pale. "The Atlanteans? Or something else?" Eris didn't know. But as the shapes in the sky continued to hover, he couldn't shake the feeling that humanity was standing on the precipice of something extraordinary and dangerous. Days passed, and the visitors remained silent. Governments scrambled to respond, deploying military forces and issuing warnings, but the shapes in the sky showed no signs of aggression. They simply observed, their presence a constant reminder of the obelisk's power. And then, one day, the obelisk spoke. The symbols on its surface began to glow, forming words in a language no one had ever seen. But as Eris stared at the patterns, he realized he could understand them. The obelisk wasn't just transmitting, it was translating. "Their message is clear," Eris said, his voice trembling. "They're not here to invade. They're here to judge." "Judge what?" Ben asked, his voice filled with disbelief. "Us," Eris replied. "Our actions, our choices." The obelisk was a test, a way to see if we were ready to handle the knowledge of the Atlanteans. And now, they're deciding if we've passed. The world was thrown into chaos. Some saw the visitors as saviors, others as harbingers of doom. Protests erupted, and governments struggled to maintain order. But through it all, the visitors remained silent, their intentions a mystery. Eris and his team worked tirelessly to decipher the obelisk's final message. It spoke of balance, of the need to respect the forces of nature and the dangers of unchecked ambition. It was a warning, but also a challenge, a chance for humanity to prove itself. As the world grappled with the visitor's presence, Eris realized that the obelisk's message wasn't just for him, it was for everyone. He began to speak out, sharing what he had learned and urging humanity to come together. "We stand at a crossroads," he said in a televised address. "The obelisk has given us incredible power, but with that power comes responsibility. The visitors are watching, waiting to see if we can rise above our flaws and build a better future. This is our chance to prove that we are worthy of the knowledge we've been given." The world listened. Slowly, the chaos began to subside. Nations came together, setting aside their differences to address the challenges they faced. The obelisk's message became a rallying cry, a reminder of what humanity could achieve when it worked together. And then, one day, the visitors disappeared. They left as suddenly as they had arrived, their shapes dissolving into the sky like morning mist. The obelisk went dark, its symbols fading into silence. But its legacy remained, a testament to the power of knowledge and the responsibility that came with it. The departure of the visitors left the world in a state of uneasy calm. Their presence had been both awe-inspiring and terrifying, a reminder of humanity's smallness in the vastness of the cosmos. But their silence had been the most unsettling of all. They had come, they had observed, and they had left without a word of explanation. For Eris, the obelisk's deactivation was both a relief and a loss. It had been the centerpiece of his life's work, a bridge to a civilization long gone and a beacon of hope for the future. Now, it was nothing more than a lifeless artifact, its surface cold and unresponsive. But the world had changed. The obelisk's knowledge had sparked a wave of innovation and cooperation, and the visitor's presence had forced humanity to confront its own flaws. Nations that had once been at odds were now working together, driven by the shared memory of the visitor's silent judgment. Still, questions lingered. Who were the visitors? What had they seen in humanity? And why had they left without a word? Eris couldn't shake the feeling that their departure wasn't the end of the story, it was the beginning of something much larger. Months passed, and life began to return to normal. The obelisk was moved to a secure facility, where it was studied by a team of international researchers. Eris remained involved, but his role had shifted. He was no longer just a scientist, he was a symbol of humanity's potential, a voice of reason in a world still grappling with the implications of the visitor's arrival. Then, one night, the obelisk reactivated. Eris was at home when he received the call. He rushed to the facility, his heart pounding. When he arrived, he found the research team gathered around the obelisk, their faces pale. "It's transmitting again," one of the researchers said, pointing to the monitors. "But this time, the signal is different." Eris studied the data, his mind racing. The new signal was more complex than the first, a series of patterns and frequencies that seemed to defy logic. It wasn't just a message, it was a map. "It's pointing to a location," Eris said, his voice filled with wonder. "But it's not on Earth." The room fell silent. The implications were staggering. The obelisk wasn't just a relic of Atlantis, it was a gateway, a connection to something far beyond humanity's understanding. The coordinates provided by the obelisk pointed to a distant star system, one that had been catalogued by astronomers but never explored. The discovery sparked a global effort to build a spacecraft capable of reaching the system, using the technology derived from the obelisk. The project, named Odyssey, became humanity's greatest undertaking. Scientists, engineers, and visionaries from around the world came together to design a vessel that could withstand the journey. It was a symbol of unity, a testament to what humanity could achieve when it worked together. Eris was chosen to lead the mission, along with a crew of the brightest minds from every corner of the globe. Ben, ever the skeptic, reluctantly agreed to join him. "Someone has to keep you from getting us all killed," he said with a smirk. The launch of the Odyssey was a moment of global celebration. Millions watched as the ship ascended into the sky, its engines powered by the same magnetic energy that had once pulsed through the obelisk. For the first time in history, humanity was reaching beyond its own solar system, driven by the hope of discovering what lay beyond. The journey to the star system took years, but the crew of the Odyssey was prepared. The ship's advanced technology allowed them to enter a state of suspended animation, waking only when they reached their destination. When they arrived, they found a world unlike anything they had ever imagined. The planet was lush and vibrant, its surface covered in strange, glowing vegetation. Towering structures rose from the landscape, their designs eerily similar to the architecture of Atlantis. "It's like they were here," Ben said, his voice filled with awe. "The Atlanteans? They must have come here before their city fell." Eris nodded, his mind racing. The obelisk signal had led them to this place. But why? What were they meant to find? As the crew explored the planet, they discovered more evidence of Atlantean presence, artifacts, inscriptions, and technology that seemed even more advanced than what they had found on Earth. But they also found something else. A second obelisk. This one was larger than the first, its surface covered in symbols that glowed with a soft, golden light. As Eris approached it, the symbols began to shift, forming patterns that seemed to respond to his presence. "It's waiting for us," he said, his voice trembling. "Just like the first one." The second obelisk was more than a relic, it was a repository of knowledge, a library of information that spanned millennia. As the crew studied it, they began to uncover the truth about the Atlanteans and their connection to the visitors. The Atlanteans had been explorers, much like the crew of the Odyssey. They had discovered the obelisks on their journeys, using their knowledge to build their civilization. But their ambition had led them to unlock powers they couldn't control, and their hubris had brought about their downfall. The visitors, it seemed, were the creators of the obelisks. They had scattered them across the galaxy, leaving them as tests for emerging civilizations. Those who could unlock their secrets were deemed ready to join a greater cosmic community. Those who failed were left to face the consequences of their own actions. As Eris and his team pieced together the story, they realized the enormity of what they had discovered. Humanity wasn't alone in the universe, it was part of something much larger, a vast network of civilizations connected by the obelisks. But the second obelisk also came with a warning. The visitors had been watching humanity, and while they had seen potential, they had also seen danger. The obelisk's final message was clear: humanity's future was in its own hands. It could rise to greatness, or it could fall, just as the Atlanteans had. The Odyssey's discovery of the second obelisk and its revelations sent shockwaves through humanity. The crew's findings were transmitted back to Earth, where they were received with a mixture of awe, fear, and hope. The knowledge that humanity was part of a larger cosmic network and that it was being judged forced the world to confront its deepest questions about identity, purpose, and survival. The obelisk's warning about humanity's precarious position struck a nerve. The Atlanteans had been a cautionary tale, a reminder of what could happen when ambition outpaced wisdom. The visitors' silent judgment loomed over humanity like a shadow, a constant reminder that the future was uncertain. For some, the revelation was a call to action. Leaders, scientists, and visionaries rallied around the idea of building a better world, one that could stand as a testament to humanity's potential. For others, it was a source of fear and paranoia, a reason to retreat into isolation and distrust. The world was at a crossroads, and the choices made in the coming years would determine its fate. The global response to the Odyssey's findings was far from unified. While many nations embraced the idea of cooperation and progress, others saw the revelations as a threat. Conspiracy theories spread like wildfire, fueled by fear and mistrust. Some claimed that the visitors were preparing to invade, while others believed that the obelisks were tools of control, designed to manipulate humanity. The divide between these factions grew deeper, threatening to undo the progress that had been made in the wake of the visitors' first arrival. Protests erupted in cities around the world, and tensions between nations began to rise. The fragile unity that had been forged in the face of the visitors' judgment was beginning to fracture. Eris watched these developments with a heavy heart. He had hoped that the obelisk's message would inspire humanity to rise above its flaws, but instead, it seemed to be tearing the world apart. He knew that something had to be done, but he wasn't sure what. In an effort to address the growing crisis, a group of world leaders and influential thinkers convened a global summit, known as the Council of Earth. The goal was to create a unified response to the revelations of the Odyssey, and to chart a path forward for humanity. Eris was invited to speak at the summit, along with other members of the Odyssey crew. His words carried weight, not just because of his role in the discovery of the obelisks, but because of his reputation as a voice of reason and hope. "We stand at a pivotal moment in our history," Eris said, addressing the council. "The obelisks have shown us what we are capable of, but they have also shown us the dangers of our own hubris. The visitors are watching, but this is not about them. It's about us. It's about who we want to be and the legacy we want to leave behind." His speech resonated with many, but not all. The council was deeply divided, with some advocating for a focus on cooperation and exploration, while others pushed for militarization and defense. The debate raged on for weeks, with no clear resolution in sight. As the council deliberated, events on Earth took a dramatic turn. A rogue nation, driven by fear and mistrust, launched an attack on one of the research facilities studying the obelisk. The attack caused widespread damage and led to the loss of valuable data, as well as several lives. The incident sent shockwaves through the global community. It was a stark reminder of the dangers of division and fear, and it galvanized many to push for unity. The council reconvened, this time with a renewed sense of urgency. Eris took the floor once more, his voice filled with both anger and determination. "We cannot allow fear to dictate our actions," he said. "The obelisks have given us a gift, a chance to learn, to grow, to become something greater. But that gift comes with a responsibility. If we let our fear destroy us, we will have failed not just ourselves, but the generations that come after us." His words struck a chord, and the council finally reached a consensus. They agreed to form a global coalition, known as the Unity Accord, dedicated to fostering cooperation, advancing scientific research, and preparing humanity for its place in the cosmic community. The formation of the Unity Accord marked the beginning of a new era for humanity. Under its guidance, nations worked together to address the challenges they faced, from climate change to poverty to the ethical use of advanced technology. The obelisk's message became a guiding principle, a reminder of the need for balance and wisdom. The Odyssey's discoveries also sparked a renewed interest in space exploration. New missions were launched, not just to study the obelisks, but to search for other signs of the visitors and the civilizations they had connected. Humanity was no longer content to remain confined to its own planet, it was reaching for the stars. But the path forward was not without its challenges. The divisions that had emerged in the wake of the Odyssey's findings did not disappear overnight, and there were still those who resisted the Unity Accord. The road to a better future was long and uncertain, but for the first time in generations, there was hope. Years passed, and humanity continued to grow and evolve. The lessons of the obelisks were not forgotten, and the Unity Accord became a symbol of what could be achieved through cooperation and understanding. But then, one day, the obelisk on Earth reactivated. This time, the message was different. It was not a warning or a map, it was an invitation. The symbols on the obelisk's surface formed a single, clear phrase: "You are ready." The message was transmitted to the other obelisks that had been discovered, and they all responded in kind. The visitors had been watching, and they had seen enough. Humanity had passed the test. The invitation came with coordinates, pointing to a distant point in the galaxy. It was a place that no human had ever seen, a place that promised answers to the questions that had driven humanity for centuries. The world came together once more, preparing for the journey that lay ahead. The Odyssey II was built, a vessel capable of reaching the coordinates provided by the obelisks. Eris, now an elder statesman of science and exploration, was chosen to lead the mission. As the ship prepared to launch, Eris stood before the crew, his heart filled with both excitement and trepidation. "This is not just a journey to the stars," he said. "It is a journey to discover who we are and who we can become. The obelisks have shown us the way. Now, it is up to us to take the next step." The Odyssey II ascended into the sky, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of an entire planet. Humanity was no longer alone, and its journey was just beginning. The Odyssey II was humanity's most ambitious creation, a marvel of engineering and ingenuity, built not just to explore the stars, but to carry the weight of an entire species' hopes. Its sleek design shimmered with the energy derived from the obelisks, a fusion of human innovation and ancient wisdom. The ship was equipped with advanced life support systems, artificial gravity, and a propulsion system capable of bending space itself. It was humanity's first true interstellar vessel. As the crew settled into their roles, the enormity of their mission began to sink in. They were not just explorers, they were ambassadors, representatives of Earth to whatever awaited them at the coordinates. The obelisks had deemed humanity ready, but no one knew what that truly meant. Was it an invitation to join a galactic community? A test of their resolve? Or something else entirely? Eris stood on the bridge, gazing out at the vast expanse of stars. The coordinates provided by the obelisks were far beyond anything humanity had ever reached, in a region of space that was almost entirely unknown. The journey would take months, even with the ship's advanced propulsion system. But the crew was prepared, and the world was watching. The journey was both exhilarating and unnerving. The crew passed through regions of space that had never been seen by human eyes, encountering phenomena that defied explanation. Nebulas glowed with colors that seemed to pulse with life, and distant stars flickered like ancient beacons. But there was also an eerie silence, a reminder of the vastness and isolation of the cosmos. Ben, ever the skeptic, found himself growing restless. "You know," he said to Eris one evening, "I can't shake the feeling that we're walking into a trap. The obelisks have been playing us from the start. What if this is all just some elaborate setup?" Eris smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on the stars. "Maybe it is," he said. "But if we let fear hold us back, we'll never know. The obelisks have shown us what we're capable of. Now it's up to us to prove it." Ben grumbled something under his breath, but he couldn't argue with Eris's logic. The journey was a leap of faith, and there was no turning back. As the Odyssey II approached the coordinates, the obelisks on board began to pulse with energy. The symbols on their surfaces shifted and glowed, forming patterns that seemed to guide the ship. The crew watched in awe as the obelisks worked in harmony, their ancient technology seamlessly integrated with the ship's systems. "We're close," Eris said, his voice filled with anticipation. The obelisks are responding to something powerful. The coordinates led them to a region of space unlike anything they had ever seen. A massive structure loomed in the distance, its design both alien and familiar. It was a vast, glowing ring, suspended in the void, its surface covered in intricate patterns that mirrored the symbols on the obelisks. The crew stared in silence, their minds struggling to comprehend the scale of what they were seeing. The ring was clearly artificial, but it was far beyond anything humanity could have built. It was a gateway portal to something beyond their understanding. As the Odyssey 2 approached the ring, the obelisks on board began to emit a low hum, their energy resonating with the structure. The ship's systems detected a massive surge of power, and the ring began to glow brighter, its patterns shifting and pulsing in time with the obelisks. "It's opening," one of the crew members said, their voice trembling. "It's responding to us." Eris felt a mixture of awe and trepidation. The obelisks had brought them here, but what lay beyond the ring was a mystery. He turned to the crew, his voice steady. "This is it," he said. "The next step. Whatever's on the other side, we face it together." The ship moved closer, its engines humming with energy. The ring's glow intensified, and a swirling vortex began to form at its center. It was a portal, a doorway to another realm. As the Odyssey 2 crossed the threshold, the vortex enveloped the ship, and the stars outside the windows disappeared. The crew felt a strange sensation, as if the fabric of reality itself was shifting around them. The ship was no longer in familiar space, it was somewhere else. The vortex faded, and the ship emerged into a new region of space. The view outside the windows was breathtaking, a vast expanse filled with glowing structures, shimmering clouds of energy, and stars that burned with an intensity unlike anything they had ever seen. But it wasn't just the beauty of the scene that struck the crew, it was the presence. They could feel it, a sense of something watching, something ancient and powerful. The obelisks on board pulsed with energy, their symbols shifting faster than ever. Eris stood on the bridge, his heart pounding. "We're not alone," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Suddenly, a new signal appeared on the ship's monitors. It was a message, transmitted directly to the Odyssey 2. The symbols on the obelisks shifted to form a single phrase, "Welcome." The crew stared at the message, their minds racing. The obelisks had brought them here, and now, the visitors were reaching out. The journey was over, but the true adventure was just beginning. Thank you for listening. Till next time, listeners.